Water, earth, fire, air. Long ago, the four nations lived in harmony. Then everything changed when... Well, we're about to find out. Hi, my name is Bo Oakley, and this is Session 0 of our Avatar Legends campaign. I'll be introducing our players in a moment, but I wanted to welcome you to this live play and briefly outline what a Session 0 is. Session 0 is the session you run before you start the actual adventure. Setting expectations, informing about adventure direction, helping with character creation, and gauging players' comfort and confidence around certain themes. This is so important for every tabletop RPG, not just Avatar Legends. I've been a GM for Dungeons & Dragons for over 10 years, and I can guarantee that a Session 0 will help every single person at the table feel comfortable and confident moving forward with this collaborative storytelling experience. Now, Avatar Legends is a little bit special. First of all, it hasn't actually released yet. As of recording this stream, the game itself has not been released to the public. However, thanks to us being backers of Magpie Games' record-breaking Kickstarter last year, we have enjoyed early access and previews of the core rulebooks and Wan Shi Tong's expansion. Secondly, as part of said rulebook, Avatar Legends actually has a structure for setting the adventure as well as creating characters during Session 0. So, instead of the GM coming up with the setting and adventure hooks, the entire process involves all the players as well. The idea of involving everyone within the creative process really struck home for me personally, which is why I wanted to show you all how to run a Session 0 for Avatar Legends from start to finish. So, welcome, and let me introduce the players. If you can all unmute yourselves, let's shift over to our play. Hello everyone. Top left we have Alex, top right we have Emily, bottom left we have Natalie, and bottom right we have CJ. Thank you all for joining me for this adventure.
Thanks for having us.
So, first of all, just a part of introductions. I'm Bo, and I'll be your GM for this series. I've been a role player mostly for D&D since 2010, and I've been a GM for a very, very long time at this stage. Well, basically a forever GM, and this is one of the first systems that I've moved beyond Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, 4th edition, 5th edition, all those sort of things. And so this is powered by the Apocalypse, is the game engine that is used to run Avatar Legends, which is a 2d6 dice system. So a lot of us are pretty new to this system, and me as a GM is reasonably new to it, so please be patient as we work our way through. But I'm super excited for the really roleplay heavy aspect of this game. I'm also a huge Avatar fan. I've watched both series. I've read the Kyoshi books. I've read a lot of the extended comics as well. So I am immersed in this world, and I'm ready for us to pick whatever era we want to play in. Alex, you're up first. Let us introduce yourself and let us know a little bit about you.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex. Very similar to Bo, a lot of D&D experience, playing, DMing, a lot of listening and watching, like real play, like podcasts and things like that. A little bit obsessive about it, but that's fine. I also adore the Avatar verse, as they call it. And I don't actually know how many times I've just gone back through The Last Airbender, but I'm not as deep into the, let's say, like graphic novels and comics and things maybe as Bo, but I'm very, very excited to play in this universe.
Emily.
Hey, similar story. My background is Dungeons and Dragons, specifically 5th edition, so relatively new to D&D. I never played any of the previous editions. I think I've played a bit of Apocalypse. I'm familiar with that system, and I've been fortunate enough to play this before, the Avatar Legends RPG. So I am super excited to get stuck in now that we have the full core book.
Yeah.
And the
Wan
all
Shi
of the
Tong's expansion as
extra
well.
information that entails, because we played using the early access quick play guide. So yeah, I'm super keen to get right properly stuck into it.
Hell yeah. Natalie.
Hello. So I've pretty much D&D based as well, like everyone else, for probably about the last 4 or 5 years, 5th gen. I've watched all the Avatar, but it's been a very long time, so I'm looking forward to get refreshed and start back in with this stuff. And I watched the live action movie today, so that was super exciting.
So sorry. So sorry.
Oh boy.
Not conflicted, but that's okay.
I don't know anything about this movie that you're talking about.
Yeah, what movie?
Probably
They
for
didn't
the
make one.
best.
Never heard of it.
CJ, hit us up.
Movies is a good segue for me. I am a film producer by trade. I also teach at a film school here in Melbourne. D&D wise, I'm relatively fresh still. I think I am anyway. I've played in a few different campaigns, but I really only played my very first ever D&D like a few years ago. With you, I think, Bo. That was the very first one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm fresh. So learning a new mechanic for me is going to be fun, but I don't think it'll be too daunting because I don't know enough about what I don't know. So, it's all the same to me. Avatar wise, big fan of the original, The Last Airbender. I did sleep on Korra for a while. I skipped it when it first came out. Didn't think I was going to be too stoked on it, and then eventually everybody kept talking about it, and I was like, all right, I'll cave, and I watched it, and I loved it. It blew my mind how expanded this universe can be. So I'm very excited to play this, and yeah, I mean, I don't really care which era we end up in because there's so much to dig into that any of it could be really entertaining. So yeah, really pumped about it.
So cool. All right. Well, thank you so much to those who are joining us to watch. I really appreciate it. I'll also be recording this and uploading it onto YouTube for a little bit of a hey, let's take everyone through a session 0 of Avatar Legends. This is how it works. Because the way that they've incorporated the character creation, and actually we're all going to come up with not only everyone's characters and their connections, we're also going to decide on where the adventure's set and what our adventure hooks are, because I'm essentially going to be asking you guys, what do you want to see in the adventure? And then you guys get to pitch forward some stuff, and we're going to basically decide what it is that interests you all, and how we're going to make it a really fun and engaging adventure and campaign. So the way that it works, or the way that generally sessions of Avatar Legends goes, it's almost like the animated TV show where we have a focus for an episode or a session, and then we sort of bookend, and then goes into the next. So and a lot of we don't need to actually act out a lot of the individual scenes from moment to moment to moment. We can actually time passes, Batman sign, and then move on to the next thing. And that's absolutely fine. So it's really freeform in the way that we do a lot of the storytelling, as opposed to some of the other ones like Dungeons and Dragons. Now, first of all, everyone who has your PDFs for the Avatar Legends core rulebook, we will start by going through... Where am I? Making characters? 107. 104.
Oh, 107.
Yeah, 104 and then through to 107. So 104 is where we're starting.
Cool.
Thank you. 104.
That makes sense. Setting up your game. Good place to start.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I was just gonna wing it.
so some of the things to note, we'll be choosing an era, but all of your characters will be growing up in the Avatarverse. You all know what bending is. You all, some of you will most likely be benders. And you know that a bunch of the animals are combinations of other real world animals, and they're all quirky and weird and fun. Like the platypus bear, which is adorable and scary.
Yes. Terrifying.
The so you're also skilled martial artists. You have all answered the call of whatever is going on willingly. You aren't killers or villains. This
So no murder hobos.
yeah, we're not
No,
murder
no.
hobos. And death in this system is actually like very, very rare and really intense and terrifying. So like it's not going to be like you drop to 0 hit points all the time and then you come back up, or you like you die and then you get resurrected. Like no. In this you don't have hit points. You are going to be suffering conditions, and then it'll get to a stage where you suffer all of the conditions and you pass out, or you're out of the fight, and some nefarious stuff goes down where the villains actually get, to advance their stuff. But yeah, death, not really a thing. Murder, definitely not a thing. If you can avoid it.
If you can avoid it. What? I mean, we'll try.
Yeah, thanks guys, I appreciate it. Now there's a few eras to choose from, because the lore of Avatar, the Avatar verse, is actually huge. Now the ones that we have access to, there's a bunch of avatars before Kyoshi, because you've got like Kuruk and Yang Chen. There's a book coming out very soon by the same writer that did the 2 Kyoshi novels. But yeah, a bunch of previous avatars, but the eras that are supported within the core rulebook span from Kyoshi through to Korra. So we have the Kyoshi era, we have the Roku era, we have the 100-Year War era, where there is no Avatar, where Aang is frozen in ice. We have the Aang era, and then we have the Korra era. Now, depending on what we choose, I'm going to let everyone know that there will be spoilers moving forward for both TV series as well as some of the books, depending. So if you are worried about spoilers for those things, jump away, consume it, and then you can come back and continue watching this adventure.
It's recorded. You can come back to us anytime. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. But yeah, if you are worried about that, there will be spoilers for previous eras, because of what we go through in some of the story aspects. So just be prepared for that. Also, a huge part of the Avatarverse, this book, as well, is really good representation and diverse representation of gender, of sexuality, of a whole bunch of different cultures as well. Diversity of culture and your finding yourself and your identity is a huge part of just the Avatar story. And it's something that we definitely want to all explore as part of this adventure as well. So there is going to be I'm hoping to represent the breadth and diversity of people that are reflective of the real world. So there is absolutely going to be people of different cultural and ethnic groups, as well as different sexual orientations, gender identities, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, definitely want to represent and show the diversity of this world, which is also reflected in the core rulebook. I must say, big thumbs up to that, because there are like there's non-binary people that are named NPCs within the core rulebook, which is great. So yeah, we have the Aang era and the Korra era as well. Now, you guys, I can go through some specifics of what adventure hooks and focuses that we can potentially have in each of the eras, but does anyone have like strong opinions straight off the bat as to what era they really want to check out and live in?
Not at all,
particularly.
really.
No, I'm pretty open to lots of things.
Yeah, I'm open to anything. I will say I'm interested in the dynamic created during the 100-Year War era, on account of there not being an avatar, and I think that is interesting.
Yeah.
But I also know that that does get covered by the original anime pretty early on. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm open to whatever, but that the idea of there not being an avatar is an interesting idea to me.
And the idea of it kind of being like a block of almost missing time because we start watching from like
Yeah,
I
from
like
when Aang
that
wakes
too.
up. Yeah. So the 100-Year War focuses on the time just before Aang's awakening at the beginning of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And you play in the 100-Year War era if you want to rebel against unjust rule, protect the weak, and stand up to tyranny, because the Fire Nation right now during the 100-Year War is at its peak, and it is stomping across all of the other nations, and there's a lot of terror, and I'm trying to think of definite genocide already happened. The airbenders have been wiped out, and there's I'm trying to think of the word, but like trauma. There's a lot of shared trauma amongst all these different communities due to what's going on with the Fire Nation's rollout and suppression of everyone else. So
'Cause now you're saying it, I'm kind of like that leans so much into so many of the other things that I play, consume, and otherwise enjoy. So maybe it's healthy to pick a different one. No,
It's funny, like I like am really interested in the 100-Year War, but also that and the Aang era are the two that basically, in a way, the Fire Nation are the bad guys, and there are almost no airbenders. So that's kind of like it restricts you a little bit there.
true.
But still, I hate having to choose.
Yeah,
They're
so
all really good.
so I feel like the the exploration and role play opportunities in this would be really intense and really interesting and evocative, which I think is a really good thing, that we can explore just how fucked up war is, and how it affects so many different people. But like you said, there are some downsides to it in the restriction of, like, if you're playing a firebender or like a person from the Fire Nation, you're rebelling against your entire culture and people. And if you're playing, and you just can't, but if you like, airbenders aren't really an option in this setting either. So there are some.
Surely there's one or two that escaped massacre.
Escaped massacre and canon, but
But I mean, that does, okay, because if we do the 100-Year War era, we only know for certain that Aang is the last airbender at the beginning
At
of
his
that time.
true.
So
Which
maybe
means that, like,
if
that's real sad for whoever's. Yeah, it means that you sort of have this terrible outcome that is gonna happen at some point to your airbender character.
You know that when you
True, very
that's
true.
And during the 100-Year War era, there's got to be some around that are like the last pockets of resistance being wiped out by the Fire Nation. Surely, it's 100 years long. They didn't kill them all in a day.
not a short time.
Well, here's the thing: they kind of did, because they used Sozin's comet.
Yeah, but like that'd be like 99% of them. You know, what about Terry, who was out getting milk while that was happening?
True.
I think CJ wants to be an airbender.
I think he might want to be an airbender. Also,
Actually leaning towards a waterbender. I'm just pointing out,
but
just because the system says that they're all gone.
Yeah,
No, you're right.
There's a bit of wiggle room, and to support your theory as well, the air nomads actually encourage their people to go out and like experience and help all the people out in the world. So exploration and absorbing different cultures is a huge part of airbender society. So
Yeah,
They,
there you go.
one person could have totally been out, checking out
mission.
some
Milk.
remote part of, I don't know, the Earth Kingdom or something, while Sozin's Comet was happening.
I suppose they wouldn't need to go and get milk, would they? They'd have air bison milk. Yeah,
I feel like that'd be very heavy.
Get lost in the weeds.
Yeah,
A little bit.
the Milky Way.
there must be air bison cheese, for example.
Hey!
Would be, and
That'd be
now
delicious.
that's gonna be the hook that we decide on the character.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
bison
vegan
mozzarella.
Or just vegetarian?
They're
Oh,
vegan, I'm pretty sure.
They're
Well,
vegan. Well,
they're vegetarian, but also not all of them.
Ah. There you
Just
go.
Aang is.
yeah,
Secrets.
it's an Aang thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Because you know how, like, this is a sweeping generalization. Apologies to the vegans watching this. I might be wrong, but my understanding is that some vegans eat honey and others don't. And there's a
it's very,
discussion about whether or not honey is in fact vegan.
Yeah.
Maybe air bison cheese is the same.
And like
Love
you
that
could
we've
also
gotten to this. In choosing the era, we've gotten to the cheese and honey
Yeah.
discussion. I'm glad we're here.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to ask you guys about this.
I'm going to go with either the 100-Year War era or the Aang era work really well for me. I'm comfortable in those settings.
Yep.
They feel like fantasy settings. I would happily play in the Korra era, but I'm a little bit scared of it because it's a bit too technical and I don't know enough about steampunky type technology to really get it.
yeah.
But I'd still
Yeah.
do it. I'd happily play a waterbender who doesn't know dick about technology. Happy to do that as well.
Nat?
I really want you to be a technologist now.
Nat, what are you feeling?
I'm down for the 100-Year War or Aang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emily?
Ooh, I'm gonna throw in Aang or Roku's eras rather than the 100-Year War.
Interesting.
Put a
I feel like the Roku era is the one I know the least
twist
about.
on it.
Which could be a good thing.
Could be good. Exactly.
Alex, any throw-ins, any nudges one way or the other?
I think, yeah, the 100-Year War and the Yang, like, they're the ones that I know the most about, so I feel comfortable there. But again, I would also still go, like, any of them. I mean, Kyoshi kicked ass as a person, so, like, that's something, but I feel pretty comfortable to not play that far back in time.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Well, it sounds like
Yeah.
across the board, everyone is happy playing in Aang's era.
Yeah, I think that might be the go. I think it might be a good start because we're
Familiar.
all comfortable in the era while
Yeah.
we're learning everything else.
You'll be, and part of the Aang era is set after the events of the Imbalance Comics trilogy, sometime after the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender. You play in the Aang era if you want to heal the world after tragedy and help push it into a brighter future. So it's about mending bridges, mending relationships and ties between different nations as well as different people. And just to give you a little bit of a taste, there are like Fire Nation colonies within the Earth Kingdom that, as part of the renewal program, Fire Lord Zuko is trying to shift out the Fire Nation colonies back to the Fire Nation, but some have been there so long that they've like not only
Like
set in roots,
localized.
but like, yeah, they're locals. They have like married into Earth Kingdom families. They have children who share like different cultural like backgrounds. They're like, one parent's a Fire Nation, one parent's an Earth Kingdom, and now they're like, well, where the hell do I go? And it's a really sort of difficult and messy situation. And sort of, but then there's a bunch of Earth Kingdom people that are like, get the hell off our land.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know, you've got this really interesting tension there. So,
I like that.
yeah,
Yeah, I
so
think I like
that's
that.
sort of some of the stuff you guys will be running up against. Okay, so let's, I'll be writing that down. Where,
I feel like that vibes with my goals in general. It's you know, healing, repairing, building things better. Yeah, I like that. I can roll with that.
It's good. And it's
Yeah.
like, it's kind of messy though still. Like, it's really quite fresh, and that's like interesting.
yeah, Yeah, it's definitely not secured down and moving on to a new sort of era. It's recovery period right now.
Yeah.
As a side note to everyone here, we will be implementing the X card safety system, which was first introduced by John Stavropoulos. Stavropoulos. And so the X card system, at any point during our roleplay in future sessions, if you feel uncomfortable about what's being spoken about, described, roleplayed right now, at any point, if you feel uncomfortable about what's being discussed or chatted about, simply draw an X on a piece of paper and hold it up to your camera. And that is your X card. And what that means is we immediately stop whatever is going on, and we can either shift away and onto something new and keep going, or depending on your comfort and what you want to talk about, we can discuss what you're feeling uncomfortable about, and then move forward with the knowledge of whatever the issue is at the time. But do not be afraid at any point to hold up that X card, because that is a veto power that you have at any point, and we will stop, move on, and not be resorting to any of that sort of discomfort again. So very, very much a safe space here to enact that if you feel any discomfort at any point with myself GMing any NPCs, or with other players and role-playing amongst them. Yeah,
it's a really cool system. I'd never heard of it until I came across it in the Legends core book.
Yeah.
And, like I said, I've only really played 5th edition D&D, and that certainly has sort of tips, suggestions in the Dungeon Master's Guide and stuff, to obviously be mindful of everyone's comfort levels, but to have an actual solidified kind of approach to how to do that, and included in the core book as well. It's one thing to say, like, hey, when you're running your campaign, keep everyone's comfort levels in mind, but to actually introduce a way to handle that, it's super cool.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I agree. Yeah, I came across it actually not from D&D, but through the Die RPG, DIA, which is based on a comic book series, and there's a whole twist around whether or not the game is based on the comics or the comics is based on the game, because the guy who created the comics ended up having to build the rules for an actual tabletop RPG in order to make the comic work.
Oh wow!
So it kind of came about simultaneously.
That's
I'll tell you guys
so
about
cool.
that time. It's amazing. But anybody watching this, go check out Die the comic series and also the RPG, because amazing. But yeah, because the comic and the game itself are like a horror, they're like really strong at the beginning about what the X card is and what to use it for, because they're like, the nature of this game is horror. You're gonna get into some weird stuff, and you may want to use this. But I like the idea that it doesn't have to be a horror to be in play. Like we're doing is a generally pretty wholesome. I mean, there are a couple of dark stuff in Avatar, but for the most part, it's pretty family friendly. But I like the idea that each person has their own kind of limitations or things that may be too much for them. So using that system is really good, because it means we don't necessarily have to hash it out now ahead of time. We can kind of go rough boundaries and then go, okay, cool. But if in the moment you're like, this is not for me, you have an immediate like pause action. I like that.
Yeah, immediate out.
Cool way to do it.
Okay. So we've settled on the Ang era. Our next thing to choose is the scope. Now, what our scope is like, how big do we want our world to be that we're looking to explore? So you can do a broad, a medium, or a narrow scope. So like a broad would be, traveling across all of the Earth Kingdom, or maybe across all of the 4 nations. And you want to like be able to travel and shift around and experience these different places. Otherwise, you could do a medium focus, which would be like one nation, or maybe like a large city, like Ba Sing Se, and then you could go all the way down to narrow scope, like this, like the Foggy Swamp region, or this particular mountain village that we want to protect or whatever. Like, you could be as narrow or as broad as possible. So I think the question is, how much do we want to explore, and how much do we want to open up to ourselves as possibilities? A lot?
I'm into broad.
Yeah, me too. Go big. you
Go
know?
big? Go big or go home?
Make
Exactly.
Bo do as much work as
I was
possible.
gonna say,
Yeah.
make the most. This was your idea, Bo. You know, you got to work for it.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to put
I was
broad
thinking,
in
Yeah,
capital huge letters.
Yeah.
that was so quick. After all the cheese and honey discussion with you, we're just like, no,
I'll be that in no time.
As big as
give him
possible.
More homework.
Can we also do the spirit world? Yes, let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's fine.
every
That sounds great.
Yeah.
your suggestion. Let's make sure you write down it was your suggestion.
That was not our fault.
Now, our next thing is group focus. So, your group focus, what is it that you're trying to overcome? What is the focus that you want to achieve? Like, what is it that your group is wanting to achieve?
Would it be to like bring all the communities back together after the mass genocide?
What does that look
Mhm.
like?
One happy place.
Love
Lots of
that.
travel.
I think maybe yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the group focus.
I was going to say, Bo, did you want to hit us with that list of verbs?
Yeah.
Good.
So the options you can do: to defeat a dangerous foe, to protect a place, an idea, a culture, person, thing, to change a culture or a society, place or person, to deliver a person or a thing to a place, a culture or a person, to rescue a person or a thing, or to learn an idea, culture, training, or history. So would you want to defeat something? Do you want to protect something? Do you want to change something, deliver, rescue, or learn?
I'm always up for defeating something, but I also feel like the Tang era lends itself away from that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Particularly the where we would hop in, sort of.
I feel like it would be like
Wouldn't really.
protecting, changing, or learning would
Yeah.
probably be really cool, especially like if in general like the group focus is to try and either tear down the barriers or kind of create that Korra-esque world of like your nation of origin doesn't really matter that much.
We're getting into some weird stuff already. We could be like the whitest possible people, and our goal is to defeat racism. Yeah,
That's basically yeah. I mean,
I hear
No,
what
I
you're
think
saying.
like
I think that vibes in with the idea of like maybe it's to change, and it's about that culture and society change where everyone has been fractured for so long, and we're now part of that process of trying to bring people back together. Maybe we're like ambassadors that are trying to get people to be friendly to their neighbors. I don't know.
Yeah, or how do you resolve that issue of, repatriating a Fire Nation colony that's,
Ooh, maybe
put
that's
down
maybe we're
roots,
delivering
like-
a Fire Nation colony back to the Fire Nation.
or that
oof.
options.
Well, the other thing could be like because it's broad scope, we can hop around to all the Fire Nation like colonies to kind of like check in with them almost and go like, all right, you guys are really embedded. So like let's make sure that we can turn this into a permanent place, and then all the politics that have to do with that, like with if it's in the Earth Nation, that kind of stuff, or they're like, we want to get the hell out of here, take us back to the Fire Nation kind of
Yeah.
thing.
So I would say that in that case it would probably be either protect or change, leaning towards change, like to change the culture within that area to be more balanced and harmonious with the
Society,
space
yeah.
that it takes up. Yeah, the society that it's embedded in.
We could throw a bit of defeat in there. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. We want a little bit of action. We want to have somebody.
Yeah,
That's
I think there's
Well,
gonna be
yeah, there's
action
gonna-
no matter what.
we're not
There will,
visionaries, right?
CJ, I can guarantee there will be people to defeat in this.
Yeah.
But one
There
of
will
those
be-
gonna try and kick our
Yeah,
ass. It's
there
gonna
will
happen.
for sure be
You know-
action, but it'll be less about like having a big bad and more about
Yeah.
knocking some heads along the way while we figure out
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is we're trying to maybe change.
Like,
Yeah.
there could be a really peaceful Fire Nation colony that's beset upon by bandits or something, and so we need to go kick their asses. But like, there could also be we get to a Fire Nation colony where it's like, oh, we actually need to kick the Fire Nation's asses in this situation. Like, it's like you have to
I
assess
that
every
idea.
time.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is like there's that gives you options for a bit of action, a bit of whatever, but there's also some room for introspection. Part of what this whole thing seems to be about is that balance thing, right? So the idea is there are no. I mean, I can't remember if you already said this, Bo, but it's written in the core book thing about there's no like 100% evil or 100% good people in this universe. Everybody sits on that spectrum somewhere. So I like the idea that maybe our goal is to change I would say culture or society to get people on board with the fact that the borders are different now. Some of those Fire Nation colonies are here to stay. They're not going to go home. They live here now. Maybe it's less about defeating racism and more about immigration policy. I don't know.
Politicians. I feel like that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fighting in being a politician, so I think
Yeah.
we're set.
I mean, I've seen some of the recordings out of Australian Parliament. There's a lot of verbal jousting. I don't know about physical, but yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna really bump up our like what view count, that kind of thing, because we've got that election coming up.
That's
It's
it.
true.
We're getting political.
We are so smart.
Yeah, in terms of group focus, I think the intent of the as it's written, the defeat focus is like having a big bad evil person that you're sort of gunning after.
Yeah.
Which I don't think in this era we would. I mean, we could have it would be a smaller scale probably, if we wanted to go for defeat in the Aang era. But
So
I
I've-
like the idea of not doing that because it's a very common goal for most. Like
That's
people
why
in
it's the top
D&D.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the default.
I
Yeah.
agree. I think
Yeah.
kind of leaning towards change. Or,
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay, this I had an idea just now because I'm looking at the list right in the book
yep.
where it says to protect. It's got idea. So maybe we're here to protect the idea of people getting along and like being able to live with their neighbors. Like maybe we're not here to change. We're ambassadors for people becoming neighbors and actually getting along with one another.
To be more specific, we could be like protecting Aang's ideal of like bringing
Protecting
together
the Avatar's
nations.
ideal.
So, like,
Yeah.
specifically,
We can be
Protecting
Aang
that.
stands.
We're angst.
yeah, so we're all Aang stands.
Yeah,
Hell
We're the
yeah.
Aang gang, but not the actual gang.
yeah,
We're the
The
Aang gang.
Aang
Aang
gang.
is not here.
yeah.
We have to keep telling people that he's not here. Sorry.
We could be like
That-
the
that'll be the-
Avengers, and we can all be one of the gang.
Oh
But not.
man, yes.
What if we all just have Aang's tattoos and we're all bald, but from different,
Oh,
races,
no.
different abilities?
No
that would
airbenders,
be
not even air
hilarious, but
nomads, just
awful.
Oh,
We're all-
cultural
we're all-
appropriation all over the place.
There is
boy.
actually going into this era, there are air acolytes
Yes,
that exist.
So
So people who aren't airbenders, but they love the
Teachings.
of the air nomads, and they're like starting to like want to learn. And it started off as like legit cultural appropriation, and Aang was like, "Whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa, whoa."
guys, chill out.
Yeah, like one of the big people, like the main founder of the air acolytes, has airbender tattoos, airbending master tattoos, and then she's like, yeah, I love it so much I tattooed myself, and Aang's like, you only get those tattoos when you become an airbending master. That's not okay.
Boy.
So so that
I think
I like the idea of our goal, a group focus, to be protecting Aang's ideals for the future.
yeah, so I've written it down as To protect the Avatar's vision of a united and balanced world.
Yeah, that's it, mate. This is my bows.
Beautiful.
Like it.
Yeah.
That's spicy. Yeah, that's my first in charge.
That's why Bo gets paid the $0.
The $0.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I also like it because like that's our group focus, but like some of us could be full on like we are air acolytes, and then some of us would be like, I just like the Earth and the Fire Kingdom to be a bit more chill. Like we
Yeah.
can be like spectrums within that. So yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Big fan.
So now we go on to the inciting incident now that we have our group focus. Now, the cool thing with the inciting incident is that it... Actually, before we do that, I think we should do character creation. Because I think inciting incident is going to be more easily tangible and identifiable if you start to have an idea about what and who your character is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was also like when I was dreaming about this stream as I do every night. I was thinking like the character creation part sounds like it's so collaborative that it could be parts where like CJ is like talking through what he thinks his character is going to be, and then we all have ideas for like the inciting incident as it relates to CJ's character. Like it can kind of be at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is what I'm thinking
very
as well.
cool.
So I'm just going to briefly go through each of the playbooks and just keep an ear out for ones that seem cool, like interesting or cool for you. And the most amazing thing with Avatar Legends is that you can combine any playbook, which is sort of like a class, I guess. Any playbook.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, with any training. And the trainings are any of the 4 bendings. So you've got earth bending, water bending, air bending, or fire bending. Weapons expert, weapons specialist, or technology specialist. And you can combine any of those trainings with any of those playbooks. And there's 14 playbooks for us to work with. 10 in the core rulebook, and 4 extras in Wan Shi Tong's adventure guide. So we have the Adamant, which is a zealous advocate with a heart of gold and a diamond hard will, ready to do what it takes to fix the world. Their balance principles are restraint versus results. Now, when I'm talking about balance principles, the whole thing about the big crux of this role-playing game is finding balance in your characters between these two, not necessarily conflicting, but two principles that are trying to pull you in opposite directions. And the really cool thing is, like, because it might happen where you really prioritize one principle over another, and your balance shifts more and more, and your center shifts more and more over to that principle. And if you go off the track, you essentially become an NPC, because NPCs are sure about what their principle is, what their guiding principle is, and you now either move onto a new character, or you pick up a new playbook which gives you 2 new principles to find balance between. So the whole idea of this gameplay is your balance track, and not only your balance track, but using your balance track and knowing other people's balances and principles that you can then influence and adjust and help people by adjusting and changing and playing on the principles that they believe in, which is so integral, and I love that.
This game is so cool.
So cool. So that's what the balance track is. The principles are restraint versus results for the Adamant. We also have the Idealist, a survivor of some terrible harm, now struggling to maintain hope and a belief in the good of the world and others. Their balance principles are forgiveness versus action. The Bold, a charming adventurer who knows they're greater than others assume, striving to show their worth. Their balance principles are loyalty versus confidence. The Pillar, a proficient leader coming from their own special team, but now devoted to this new group of companions, trying to help others to cohere. Their balance principles are support versus leadership. The Guardian, a protector and defender devoted to others, perhaps to their own detriment. They have adopted one of their companions as their ward. Their balance principles are self-reliance versus trust. The prodigy, an extraordinarily capable practitioner of their training, but that tends to make them a bit too arrogant and isolated. Their balance principles are excellence versus community. The hammer is a fighter, looking to solve problems by smashing them, even when that might not be the right solution. Their balance principles are force versus care. The rogue, a vagabond who has struggled to survive. They have never felt they belonged and they've become a rebel and a troublemaker to make it. Their balance principles are friendship versus survival. The icon, a chosen figure of an ancient tradition expected to carry forward the duties of their role regardless of what they want. Their balance principles are role versus freedom. The successor, the inheritor of a massively powerful legacy known all over with its own dark history. Their balance principles are tradition versus progress. Then we also have the 4 extras from Wan Shitong's adventure guide. We have the Destined. They are known to have some important, incredible fate before them. But exactly what that fate is, when it will come for them, and how it will play out, all remain to be seen. Their balance principles are patience versus determination. The Elder is the next one. They have seen much, been to many places, and done much. Now, esteemed and successful, they have much to teach. But they also have the wisdom to see they have much to learn. Their balance principles are experience versus humility. The Foundling, they are the inheritor of 2 traditions, 2 cultures, 2 frameworks of training and philosophies. They are constantly trying to represent the best of both, and sometimes to combine them into something new. Their balance principles are unity versus heritage. And lastly, the Razor. They were raised to be a weapon, a tool for masters to use against enemies. But they have seen a better way forward, and now they seek to make up for the terrible things they did and what they were taught to do. Their balance principles are control versus connection. So, with all of those put out, are there any that are jumping out to you guys specifically right now? Yeah, some random balance track is dope. That's one of the most interesting things about this whole system for sure.
When we played our game last year now, I had a lot of fun playing with the balance track and just leaning into one side or the other side. I won't say
you went full one way.
I won't say which level or which way I went, but and that wasn't a decision that I made when we started. It was sort of something that I rolled with just based on the situations that arose in the story as we created it, and the decisions that I felt like my character would make just happened to kind of be pushing one way rather than the other way, rather than trying to aim for the balance option.
Yeah, and that's absolutely fine, because then that makes for an interesting exchange anyway, interesting character growth. And Mugi Paints, you're saying that Powered by the Apocalypse is a fantastic system for collaborative world building. Is that just any Powered by the Apocalypse? Because this is my first experience of this system. And just the way that they've done it in the book for Avatar Legends was so intriguing and collaborative for me that I adored it. So I'm curious if all Powered by the Apocalypse systems or settings are this collaborative, because I love it. But so do we have people who are tossing up between 1 or 2 or 3?
I've got a couple.
Yeah.
Do we want to go around in some
order?
Let's
go around.
Yeah. CJ, we'll go in reverse order. So CJ, Nat, M, Alex. What do you think?
Now I feel bad because I'm potentially taking some options off the board for other people. But let's have a look here. I've got 4, but the 2 that I'm really leaning towards is either the Rogue or the Guardian. I feel like the Rogue appeals because I feel like my D&D characters are generally more in the barbarian, stoic sort of vibe. And I always wish I had picked a more charismatic character because I get into that in the role play. I want to be quipping. I want to sass people. That's kind of my vibe, right? So the rogue feels like it leans into that, and I like the idea in what we've sort of set up as our group focus and everything. My balance being between friendship and survival. I can see a character here who's a waterbender from the southern tribe. He's a reformed outlaw. You know what I mean? Like he's a charming, roguishy former pirate kind of guy, and he's changed his ways because of what Aang has done, and he's realized that there can be a better future through friendship and unity. So I'm kind of like, I can see how this works.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like,
Yeah,
I love, I just love the idea also that we're not sure at what point you could also just piss off.
Yeah,
Like, you could be like, it's better for me to just, like, you know, sell you guys out or something like that.
thing like with the balance could go hard in that direction. Who knows? Right?
Into survival, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The other one I'm leaning a lot towards is the Guardian. So that one is the balance is self-reliance or trust, and that one has a similar thing. I think I'm leaning towards the southern tribe waterbender, but in this version, maybe instead of being that charmingly outlaw roguishy type person, this one's more of like a sad backstory. He's from the wilderness, so he's used to self-reliance. He's used to having to do stuff himself, and he's learning to open up to that world of trust and unity. And Aang is showing, his what Aang did showed him that that's possible. Either one, I think, works. But I guess I'm leaning more towards the rogue because I feel like, one, it'll be more fun for me to roleplay. And two, I've wanted to do a roguishy type character for a while. But having said that, if someone else has very strong gravitation towards a rogue, I'm happy to switch to the Guardian. I'll put that out there.
All right. Nat, what are you thinking?
There's so many things. So many. The ones, like, I've got a couple that I'm feeling more drawn towards.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like the idea of the idealist or the razor, maybe. So
Ooh.
I'm envisaging a firebender that's done some naughty things and has, like, moved away from that life, seen a better world.
Yeah, has gotten on board with the new Fire Lord Zuko.
Or hasn't gotten along with the... Oh, wait, the new guy? Or the
Well,
old guy?
so at this stage,
The old
Zuko
guy.
has
Not
just
into
become...
genocide.
Yeah. Not into it. But he would you have said that he was part of it previously? Like, did he do some of the Fire Nation stuff during the 100-Year War? Because now that Aang's finished it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And now that Zuko's in charge and Fire Lord Ozai has been neutralized, he's starting to work towards...
I'm envisaging I probably would have left prior to that.
Yep.
So
Earlier?
not seeing... Yeah.
Cool. Well, we can hash that out, during character creation. But yeah, you're thinking Fire Nation Firebender as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Cool. And you're thinking either the Razor or...
Idealist.
What was the other one? Idealist. Cool. Yeah. So the Razor is like, they were forged for terrible stuff and then they're like, no more. Or the Idealist who's like, I've seen what I've done and now I have these ideals to try and live up to. So yeah, that's great. Cool.
I feel like I like the Idealist is pretty cool. Just if you go with that Fire Nation in the Aang era thing, you could definitely see someone who's been like all about action. That's their whole vibe, and now having to be like, oh, I actually would love a bit of forgiveness myself. Maybe I should look into that for other people. Yeah, I like that. That's a cool idea.
Awesome. Em, what are you thinking?
I think this is where we hit a little bit of overlap, but I have a couple of options too, which is good. The Idealist as well, and the Guardian, but also the Adamant,
Oh yeah.
or potentially the Prodigy.
Ooh.
was the one
Prodigy could be
that-
fun.
Yeah.
I gotta find the Prodigy so I can read it again.
I haven't had too much like locked in terms of like where they like which nation they'd be from. But I was leaning towards like weapons as the training.
Oh yeah.
Looking at, yeah, like chi blocking specifically, which I think we can get away with in
The Yang era, for sure. Ty Lee's just joined the Kyoshi Warriors, so she'll be teaching that around a fair bit.
Oh, especially if you're a prodigy at chi blocking.
Well, that's like scary. I love how like even all the way through to Korra, like the idea of chi blocking is kind of like terrifying.
Yeah.
Just, like, all these benders are just like, no, that's my only thing.
don't take away my power.
Obviously, in the last Airbender like series, we see Ty Lee as an antagonist, and then it's kind of not exactly used for good things in Korra's era either. So using it for some sort of good, or at least in the hands of someone that's trying to do good things, seemed interesting.
So, what were the sort of main ones that you were leaning toward, if
I think,
possible?
The Idealist, or I think the Prodigy.
Cool. All right, Alex, what are you feeling?
I'm thinking that there are a couple playbooks that jump out to me. The Idealist also jumped out to me, but I think two of them that I haven't been touched on yet. I'm actually really interested by the Elder, or the Foundling, as two completely different ideas for characters.
Yeah.
Personally, those
really
are my
cool.
two favorite.
Yeah, well, they're very interesting. But like, I really liked. It's actually very funny. It's similar to kind of like what Nat was saying. The Elder, the idea of like an ex-Fire Nation army, like very skilled, almost like SWAT team-esque leader, who then has kind of like retired, but retired in the way of like, you know, he's got a coffee shop and he's like playing the piano kind of thing. And he's just like an old charming guy.
You're full on
all the way through.
General Irohing it.
Like General Iroh plus like a little bit like he's just a little bit. I don't know. General Iroh is way too chill for me.
Yeah.
Like this guy's a little bit of a troublemaker. Like
cool.
Even though he's like 50 something. But the other idea with the Foundling, I was thinking was like being like. It's maybe because I'm just rewatching Last Airbender and I'm at these kinds of episodes at the moment. But like a mix between like, because with the Foundling you can have two trainings.
Yeah.
Of having the weapons specialist as like an archer, and then and also have earthbending and kind of have it as a bit of like a Dai Li kind of thing.
Oh,
where like you're
so cool.
Like you've kind of either got experience being trained in the Dai Li, or like your parents are from like, you know, these two different areas kind of thing. And so I really like the idea of like, like playing.
What
playing
if
to strengths too.
I will introduce this as a little reminder. There is an elite task force of archers from the Fire Nation that would now be kind of useless. And
so, I was trying to remember the name of these people because I swear there was like I knew there was the Dai Li as far as like sneaky people, but there was also like
they are called because they can pin a fly by the wings to a tree. The Yuyan archers.
Yes, very freaking cool.
Yeah.
But I also like the idea that like, you know, having training perhaps, for example, like with that, but then also having almost an opposing heritage or something that like you have to try and like find a way to mesh them. Like I really liked the idea of like an archer who is also an earthbender, because they're not particularly similar things and there's a lot of struggle there. But I also just freaking love earthbending. I actually love. I think I love all the bendings, and I think I really like Avatar. That might be something
This
that
might
comes
be.
up.
They're all your favorite? Yeah, I feel
They're all
that.
my favorite. But yeah, so
Yeah.
like that was my thing. But like I really like I think Nat, if you want to kind of go with the X Fire Nation thing, I think that's a really good route for either Idealist or Razor. And if
I've
you
got
were to
other
do
ideas
that,
as well, Alex. Like,
Oh.
I've also got earthbending as well with the hammer.
Oh yeah.
oh damn,
Yeah.
like literally just a siege weapon of a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
So we
I
can
love
work it
that.
out. We can work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can look at it.
Well, who wants
Um,
to make a commitment right now, and then we can
I
start.
didn't hear anybody else
Everyone's
say rogue, so I'm going to go ahead and.
done.
Yeah,
CJ
That's
is
yours.
locked in as rogue.
Posting that.
M?
Who? Yeah.
I'm not sure because I was kind of into Idealist, but now the more I think about the Prodigy,
The more interesting it sounds.
the more interesting I'm into that too.
Sure.
That to me too.
I will remind everyone that when you start to advance, so you take your first two moves from your playbook, whatever it is that you're in, but when you grow, because at the end of each session we mark growth and your character expands and grows and learns some new stuff, the move sets that you can learn from playbooks don't necessarily need to be from the playbook you're choosing. So when you get a new move, you can take that from any playbook.
I didn't even look at the moves. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
me
no, it's good
either. I've
stuff.
more been thinking about the balance.
The balance,
two balance
yeah.
options,
Yeah, that's what
and
I was thinking about, yeah.
And the moves that you start with, I guess. Sort of more how those fit. I reckon let's do the Prodigy. I'll commit to that.
All right. Prodigy is marked down. Nat.
Alex, one of my
Yes.
other ideas with the foundling, I was talking to Bo about it before, was sort of what he was talking about before, it being a firebender with weapons, and like that person being in the Fire Nation and then like getting out because they're like, oh, this is toxic, but then
Yeah.
sort of, like hiding their fire skills because they've only like got trauma with that, but then being like, check out this sort of thing, and doing that instead.
Yeah. Wait. So this is what you're thinking of
Oh
doing?
no,
with
I
the-
don't know. I'm open to anything. There's so many ideas.
There are. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was. Oh God, that's. What? Yeah. What are you wanting? Let's stick with thinking about what you're wanting to do, because now my brain's going crazy thinking of different things.
Well, I woke
Um,
up this morning thinking Earthbender, and then I've come back to fire.
I guess we
I'm
don't
really
all
happy
have
with
to
either.
be like
Yeah.
an overlap with trainings
That's
and
true.
which nations we're from. It's more the playbook that
Okay. What do you want,
Yeah.
Bo?
Mm.
This is your character, Nat.
No, but diversity-wise.
What's more interesting?
All right. So you've got CJ's a waterbender, right?
Yep.
Emily, your weapons.
yeah, I
You're
was thinking
thinking?
of weapons for training. Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Well, I
Let's
think
go. Yeah. No. What are you thinking? What are you
So
thinking?
you go first, Bo, you go
No.
first.
Too late. You already said something.
Oh, damn it. Maybe I'll do the idealist if that's okay.
Hell yeah. Let's do it. And what was the training that you were thinking for the idealist?
Negotiable.
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 The best kind of training. Yeah.
You were
Yeah,
wanting
that's a
fire
big
for it,
thing.
weren't you? You were thinking fire.
Yeah, but we can work it with
Yeah,
anyone. I
done.
don't want to.
Fire.
We can have
No.
two fire.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's good. It's good.
All right, Alex. So we have an idealist firebender. We have a rogue waterbender. We have a prodigy weapons expert. What are you thinking?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I think I could go foundling and I really have like this archery thing in my head, which I think like yes, it is overlapping with weapon specialist, but like still there's plenty of differences there. Like
Yeah.
like chi blocking stuff's
Yeah, it's,
up close and
yeah. I probably won't go like actual weapon. It'll be like open hand stuff.
sure,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then archery and earth bending covers. Yeah.
But there's literally everything else.
Yeah.
M is the weapon. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, 'cause I think also like if I were to go down that, what was it? Did you say? What was the name of the group? Like the one T
Yu
or
Yang
something?
Archers.
Yu Yang Archers. That's Fire Nation, and then having like earthbending heritage as well would
Yeah.
be really like interesting. Let's put it down. Let's decide that foundling, earthbending, and weapons.
All right, so I want each of you to go to your respective books. The Foundling is in Wan Shi Tong's adventure guide. The Idealist, the Rogue, and the Prodigy are all in the core rulebook. So head to the playbooks section and find your playbook will be, I think, 2 pages? Yeah, 2 pages worth.
Yeah.
And we're going to move through and create these characters together.
Guys, I connected to my printer. It's happening. Going old school.
Now, with your playbooks, there is this amazing resource that exists that's in Fantasy Name Generator. The Fantasy Name Generator is a standard. It's so useful for all D&D and like fantasy and role playing stuff. But they have an avatar specific page that has Earth Nation, Earth Kingdom names, Fire Nation names, Air Nomad names, like all the name options for male and female and anything in between, for naming to like to come up with some inspiration for your names that are like more specific to that nation and that area. But it's also got like it'll help you with town names. It'll help you with soccer moves. Like it's got one specifically for the name of soccer's moves, and like animals, like quirky animal combinations, like the sparrow. So just type into Google Fantasy Name Generator Avatar. Yeah, that'll probably be enough, or Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it should be the first result.
Oh, you can't do a thing. Gosh darn it. It's in the other pop culture names.
Yeah, pop
section.
culture avatar. Yeah.
But I can't link directly to it because it's a drop-down menu, which is a pain. But I love that website. I've gotten a lot of mileage out of that.
Yeah. So when you come up with your name for that. So first of all, we do.
I need to pick a nation. Oh lord. I mean, it doesn't.
Oh yeah, no
really,
pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, doesn't it?
Yeah, or doesn't it?
Everything matters.
Yeah.
I mean, that I'm not going with the bending technique.
So let me know once you've come up with. You might not necessarily have to come up with a name yet. We'll do it, at some point during this character creation process. But let me know when you've got your playbook ready and you've got your training selected.
All right, I've got my name. I'm gonna go with Nanook,
Awesome.
which apparently means polar bear. So that sounds like a great name.
Oh damn! Wait, how do you get the meaning? Where'd you get that?
I just googled Nanook name meaning, and it was like that's Inuit for polar bear, and I'm like,
Perfect.
Excellent.
I'm doing that now.
Now,
okay. So what am I doing? I've picked my name. What's the
Yep.
next bit I need to pick?
pick your training. So whether it's any of the bending or weapons expert or technologist. So for you, it'd be the water bending little thing. Check that. Now we go. So let me know when everyone's good with that, because then we'll move on to choosing your background.
I think I've got a name as well.
My name's going to be Maya.
Maya?
Love it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It means evening.
Ooh, nice. So we have Nanook and Maya. Alex, what was your name that you were thinking?
I wanted to do Izuna, which is Izuna,
Yep.
which combines the meaning for fountain or spring with wild apple or greens/side dish, which
Nice.
I freaking love.
Oh,
But yeah,
I mean,
IZ.
it sounds really cool.
Izuna.
and, um, picking names is probably my least favorite thing about RPGs. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a tricky part.
Um, it is my least favorite job. Great content. Me thinking of names.
There's no pressure. We're all furrowing our brows over here as well.
Yeah.
So while you're still thinking of names, the next thing to move on to is backgrounds. Now you can select up to 2 if you think that you have multiple backgrounds or like a combined shared background between a couple of different ones. So the options are military. You're trained to fight as a soldier in a military unit, such as a mercenary company, a regional militia, or a state government standing army. Are you a soldier, sailor, or spy? Do you still answer to your commanding officer, or have you gone rogue? That's the military. Monastic. You are or were a monk, nun, or acolyte of a particular order. Perhaps you were devoted to finding enlightenment or helping others in a common community with other like-minded devotees. Or perhaps you were committed to scholastic rituals and bureaucratic traditions. What is your order's goal? What are its rules? In what ways did your upbringing agree with you? And in what ways did you long for something different? So that's monastic. So examples of military is like Kyoshi warriors, Iroh, Kuvira. Monastic examples like Aang, Fire Sage Shu, and Gyatso, Monk Gyatso. Outlaw, you live outside the bounds of law and order as a criminal, insurrectionist, or pirate. Were you born into the lawless life, or did you come into it later on? Did you choose the outlaw life, or did the outlaw life choose you? Do you work alone, or with a gang? Whom have you hurt just to stay alive? Some examples of an outlaw, people from the Flying Opera Company, which is from the Kyoshi era, Jet and the Freedom Fighters as well, and
Great band.
Tokuga. Yeah, Jet and the Freedom Fighters.
Good band name, I call it. Yeah.
I think I'm going to go with Outlaw. I had this whole vision of a charming, roguish, waterbending pirate type.
Some random has suggested that we refer to Izuna as side dish for the whole campaign.
Yeah.
Look. I don't have a problem with that.
Urban.
So you were saying
Oh, sorry.
Outlaw, CJ? Yeah.
So Outlaw. That was what you're thinking, CJ?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Outlaw.
Yeah, easy. Next is privileged. You grew up in a lap of luxury, wealth, or prestige as a hereditary aristocrat, prominent merchant, or even the heir to a successful crime family. What advantage did your upbringing give you? Now that you're no longer surrounded by safety and ease, what do you miss and what do you fear? Some examples are Asami, Zuko, and the Beifong family, including Toph. Urban. You grew up running the streets of a big city like the Northern Water Tribe capital, Yudao, or Republic City. You rub shoulders with people from many different walks of life, and you might not feel so at home if your journey takes you to the wilderness. What unexpected skills and knowledge do you have from city life? Which urban amenities do you miss? And which hardships do you not miss? King Boomy, Bolin, and Jagala are all urban people. Wilderness. You grew up in a town or household surrounded by nature, the elements in their most raw form, and developed advanced survival skills because of it. Which terrain makes you feel at home? What special skill are you most proud of? Perhaps orienteering, herbalism, sailing, or animal training? what excites you, and what scares you about big city adventures. So Cora, Lek, and Katara are all people from Wilderness. So
Well,
you
it's
can mark
interesting.
down
It's interesting
one or
too,
two.
right?
You can pick up to 2, yeah. So you might be Wilderness as well as Outlaw.
I don't hate that. I like that idea. Yeah. I don't know how that works exactly, how I transitioned from one to the other, but
You might be an outlaw that lives in the wilderness, like Jet.
My playbook tells me that I have to choose 2 backgrounds as well, obviously to represent
Yes.
the 2 things. So I'm thinking military, if I'm looking at like the Yuyan Archers kind of background,
Yep.
plus wilderness. I've got this like thing playing in my head of like, kind of forbidden love between my parents, kind of thing of like Fire Nation and Earth Nation.
Yeah.
And that like my mother being in like Yuyan Archers kind of thing, and that's where I was born and grew up, to then be at some point outlawed to go join my father, who was an earthbender, but in like wilderness kind of vibe stuff.
Cool. So did
Sounds
you?
so
Yeah.
cool.
Do you think that you would have fought some of the Fire Nation when you got outlawed and sent away before Aang
I think-
overthrew Fire Lord Sozin?
Yeah, so I think it
Ozai?
definitely happened at like that crux period where like either immediately afterwards or immediately beforehand, where like it's still very much, if you are an earthbender in the Fire Nation, that's a bad thing. So I imagine it would have been like hidden for a time.
Yeah.
But then either it was discovered or like, yeah, I wanted to kind of get out. And so my mother almost like sent me off to go be with my father, who was separate,
Cool.
in the wilderness.
Ooh. Okay. Nat, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking just military.
Military? Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that.
M?
I'm not quite sure which background would suit the most. I was thinking of having my character be from Kyoshi Island,
Yep.
but not specifically a Kyoshi warrior, or even necessarily directly trained as a Kyoshi warrior, but having maybe trained around them, adjacent to them.
Sure.
So I don't know which one. I don't think urban would be right. Maybe military, given the training, I guess.
Yeah, or maybe even monastic if you were like, an
I mean, it's a
acolyte.
small village, like that's
Yeah.
there, right?
Yeah, so like I wasn't sure. I was just doing a quick read up on Kyoshi Island to see
Yeah.
where it would fit between. 'Cause urban and wilderness are really quite far apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Basing Say or Foggy Swamp.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing.
Like nothing in between. Yeah, probably military. I think would be one.
Yeah.
And then maybe monastic along with that, or privileged.
Yeah.
Because I feel like privileged, you could be like privileged for that town, so it doesn't mean you have to be
Yeah.
like filthy rich or anything, you know. Like,
Privileged in the sense, I guess, that they are a prodigy, right? Like, and they maybe get a bit of special treatment.
Yeah, there's an attitude that goes with it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like certain accommodations are made, that sort of thing. Not necessarily like, one of the Beifongs. but
Yeah. We're
relatively
the Brags. The Brags. I'm excited that you are excited yourself. This is actually the Avatar Legends role-playing game, which will be coming out. It actually hasn't been released yet, but we've had early access to the PDFs. So it's based on the Powered by the Apocalypse system, but unfortunately we don't have that as an option for streaming yet on Twitch. So we're sitting under the Dungeons and Dragons umbrella right now, until we have the opportunity to select the Avatar Legends gameplay as an actual game on Twitch. But yeah, so it's a new system. Avatar Legends kickstarted last year, record breaking for all tabletop RPG games. It was huge. and it was Magpie Games that put that together. And actually, a quick shout out to Magpie Games for some of these art resources. We got an IRO here.
We were able to get those.
Yeah, really thankful to them being able to help us out and encourage us to show off their game. Yeah, so you're thinking military
and privileged.
privileged. Perfect.
Yeah, which might look a little bit different to how it is as written, but I think it might be a good option for how I'm thinking this character will go.
Amazing. All right.
Oh, I had a name too, Bo. Osher.
Osher?
Yep.
Love it.
OSHA.
Fucking love that.
Getting some occupational health and safety up.
Now, is it pronounced Osha or Osha? Because I think this is going to get real important.
Ooh.
I like Osha personally.
I went for Osher, so yeah.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Maybe you can hand out
So
roses
cool.
as well.
Oh.
Ooh, I just realized I should totally update. Boop, 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 boop. Our scope is broad in capitals. Our group focus is to protect the Avatar's vision of a united and balanced world. We're still figuring out the inciting incident. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's not gonna fit. You're gonna have
Yeah,
to.
I'm gonna have to readjust that. Maybe if I make it 2.
Could always just say to protect for now and then. Oh, no, you figured it out.
Oh, where does
Yeah,
it get
both
to?
of them.
The Avatar's vision. Yeah? Yeah!
Man, this font is cool as shit.
Don't like how Avatar thing works, so I'm just going to do that. Even though I know it's not grammatically correct, and I'm sorry. There we go.
I was aware.
Okay.
where are we
Hey,
at?
I'm glad you're going to be checking it out, the Brags. Okay.
We got M's name.
We got
we get
M.
Nat?
Osher? Yes. Nat's was
Maya?
Maya.
Maya, yes.
Is that like M-A-Y-A, like Maya, or like Maya, or like
M-A-Y-A.
M-A-Y-A, yeah.
What was your character's name, CJ?
Nanook. N-A-N-O-U-K.
Solid water tribe name.
N-A-N-U-K?
O-U-K.
O-U-K.
This doesn't matter really. But yeah, no.
It does. Nanook. Osha for M. And then it was Izuna.
Which is
Or
I-Z-U-N-A.
side dish for Alex.
Come on, we're already doing the canon of this crap. Jeez. Nicknames stick, you guys.
Osha.
I love that side dish.
Hey, side dish. Let's go.
I
Cool.
should never have mentioned that. It's also fountain or spring, guys. No one's ever saying that stuff. Coming at you.
All right, so we've got our backgrounds ticked, yeah?
Yep.
Amazing. Next on our playbooks are our demeanors, and these demeanors are different per playbook. So
Ooh.
you can choose as many as you think are relevant.
I mean, mine seemed pretty easy for the rogue, just based on what I've already talked about. I'm going to go with acerbic, joking, and cynical.
Love it.
Oof.
Oh, where? are these, Bo? Help me out.
On the character
Just
sheet,
below
top left.
background, top left.
Yeah.
I think I was going for, I think dedicated but friendly.
Oh yeah.
And I kind of like, I'm seeing at least the way that she's starting out, like, it is almost like just a mixture of oil and water, these two heritages. And so, like, there's going to have to be a way of finding balance between them. But yeah, I think dedicated, definitely coming from like a friggin' spy archer background.
Yeah.
And then, like, I just want her to also be friendly. That's cool.
Awesome. All right. And Nat, what are we thinking?
There's so many. I was thinking maybe grieving, and I've got resolute.
What was the
then
first
maybe-
one?
Grieving.
Grieving? With a G?
Yeah.
Oh. Grieving. Okay. A resolute?
And maybe compassionate, or I could maybe do a cheeky earnest.
Ooh. Cheeky.
Porque no los dos. Why not do both?
I'm going to tick all of these, Bo.
Yeah, just like tickle.
All of them, yeah.
Amazing.
It's more of like just an aid to help you keep in like picture and feel how your character is going to sort of react and be
Okay.
in the way that they act. So like, don't feel like this is, you know, you've ticked these ones and therefore you cannot be sarcastic or you cannot be earnest. Like, you know, CJ's allowed to be truthful if he wants to be.
He won't be, but he's allowed to be.
Yeah.
Bo, where do I find the actual playbook?
The playbook.
Not
So I did do a separate file just of the playbooks in our Discord.
I should
So
have
you
it, but
can-
I don't have it open.
Yeah. So they actually
there.
separated some of the
Alright,
materials so that we could just have the playbooks here.
I got
Yeah.
it.
They're still within the whole core rulebook, but yeah.
Yes. I just did not have the correct document. Cool. Prodigy. So we're picking
You pick your backgrounds,
background and then
top
demeanors.
left, and then demeanors, yeah.
How many do we pick?
As many as you want. Minimum,
Ooh,
I would say minimum two,
Prodigy.
just to have some depth to your character.
Oh, damn.
T with Ira would be so dope.
I think proud has to be in there.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you can be a prodigy and not be a bit proud of your achievements.
Yeah. And your skill.
And stubborn.
Stubborn?
Yeah.
All right. Proud and stubborn. I look
Yeah.
forward to all of the group conflict. It's going to be great.
I mean, when I said it, I kind of envisioned it more like inward
Yeah.
than outward, but I think it would probably be for sure some outward representation of pride and stubbornness.
Awesome. Okay. So, now that we've done demeanors, we now move on to your hometown. So, where your hometown is. Where do you come from? And while you're thinking about that and looking that up, I'm going to be back in a sec. I just got to use the restroom.
We should look up the
There.
different locations.
Yeah, that is on
What
one
page
of
is
these.
the map?
I'm trying to find it.
I think there's a map there somewhere for the different nations and the different
Oh,
some
here
of
it is.
the islands within those.
It's page 18 of the core rulebook,
Nice.
and it has like a legend and everything, which is
Oh,
very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of did a cold shot before that. I just go with Kyoshi Island.
I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
Where is Kyoshi Island? This is the problem. I don't know where any of these
It's I
places
think
are.
it's Southern Earth Kingdom.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
think it's
Number
gonna be
16.
marked on. Yeah.
So I feel like
So it's off the
because
southern
I'm
tippity tip. Kind of near Zaofu for people playing at home, and Zaofu and Gowling.
Now, may I remind people that you don't necessarily have to come from a canon mentioned town. You can also use like that fantasy name generator resource to create town names or village names within each of the kingdoms or each of the nations.
Yeah, you could just make a little town that hasn't been.
Yeah, that's then added, and we may or may not visit during the campaign.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Kyoshi Island, I think, for Osha.
I've got no idea, Bo.
it's rough. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
I found some interesting stuff through a combination of that legend. Obviously, saying earlier that I'm a southern tribe waterbender makes there's only two places marked on that map. But I just picked the one that wasn't known to me, which is the capital, Wolf Cove, and then chucked that in Google, went to the Avatar wiki, and looked for other stuff. So now I think I'm from Whale Harbour,
Love it.
Ooh.
which is listed as a prominent city in the Southern Water Tribe. It was led by a chieftain like the other settlements in the South Pole, and during the era of Roku, it was led by Chieftain Quanet. That's the only information on there. So it's a blank slate. It could be anything.
Yeah,
So yeah, I'm from Whale Harbour. Let's do that.
amazing.
Nice.
I love that. All right, so mark that down. Whale Harbour,
Is that? Oh, it's on the second page. You got to add that. Okay.
hometown. Yep.
Whale Harbour. I hate how they've spelled harbour, so I'm going to spell it.
But
Wow.
the correct way?
That's right. I got to balance that out. My wife's American. I got to start blending my usage.
Yeah, so hometown is top left of the second page, just under the look of your character.
I'm going to keep that wiki open. That's a good resource.
Yeah. The Avatar wiki.
Yeah.
You guys having a look at the map now, trying to find a
Yeah.
spot?
so. I'm trying to figure out the timeline as well because the place I was thinking of has different names depending on
cool.
when. But I think it is Natsuo Island, which is the furthest eastern island of the Fire Nation and the furthest western kind of point in that area of the Earth Nation, which kind of makes it perfect for that.
Yeah.
And it is very close to where the Yuyan archers are housed, which is
Oh, really?
it's not like labeled on that map, but it's what's it called? Pohuai Stronghold, which is on the western side of the Earth Kingdom.
So good. It's like it was made for it.
So yeah, Natsuo Island is very close there, so I think that's where I am from. Natsuo Island. I'm going to write that down. Natsuo.
I love meshing like the OG proper lore from Avatar and being able to then like mesh that and add to it with our own characters. Like,
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm very, very excited.
Oh, you're only excited now?
Fair point. Fair point. So we have the two hometowns marked. And now we need hometowns for our our idealist and our prodigy. Isn't your hometown Kyoshi Island?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I
Perfect. That was easy. So just for our
threw that out
idealist.
earlier,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all good.
I'm gonna
So
Now-
you're
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 gonna
Fire
say-
Nation?
Yeah, maybe if I just do Ember Island. Just because it sounds cool. I've got no backing. for
yeah.
that.
Ember Island is great.
Yeah.
It's as good as anywhere. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
unless
Done.
you know.
It's also a renowned resort area, so
Yeah.
big fan of that.
Yeah.
And that's where they do all the training.
Boom, nailed it.
Or where you go for like your team building exercises.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like our Phillip Island, guys.
Yeah.
Is that where they do that? I like that. Ember Island.
All right. So now that we've got our hometowns, we have done our demeanors. Have a think about your look. But now we're going to move on to history questions. If you have any ideas or any specifics about like little things about the way that you look or like tokens that you have or anything like that, feel free to quickly note them down. But we'll move over to history questions because these will be different for everyone. And we're going to do the first question for everyone one at a time, and then second question for everyone one at a time because it'll be different things per question, and it'll be all different, which is great.
Exciting.
So, so the first question, let's go with Emily first. What's the first question?
Wouldn't you?
I would. History questions on your playbook.
Yes.
Question number 1. Tell us what it is.
When did you first accomplish something your teachers thought would be impossible for you?
I love this part of character creation.
I
Yeah, this is
hate
exciting.
it. I think it would be something. It'd be quite young, I guess, like leaning into the prodigy side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd go with maybe 5 or 6, like really quite young for probably doing anything kind of combat or like overly dexterous, acrobatic, that sort of thing. I'm not sure specifically what it would be, but I think it would be, I'm envisioning, like a being particularly skilled in the areas of like dexterous kind of combating maneuvers. Like I'm thinking sort of your ducking in and out of guard, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to read sort of combat or reading people's movements and reacting quite quickly. I might need to solidify that a bit.
So what was the question?
So the question was, when did you accomplish something? When did you first accomplish something your teachers thought would be impossible for you?
Yeah.
So when specifically, I'm going with, say, around about 5 years old.
Yeah. And you had some sort of combat maneuver that was way beyond what you should be able to achieve.
Yeah.
Amazing. Nat, what's your question number 1?
My question number 1 is, what tragedy befell you at a young age?
Mm.
Big one.
Yeah. So I was thinking more like learning about the history, like my family's history.
Okay.
Is that dumb?
No, not at all.
Oh.
So is it not necessarily a tragedy that befell you, but befell your family?
Yeah, and I think the realization of the toxicity of the nation.
Yeah.
Like,
Perhaps
you were
it
kinda,
has
like,
to
protected
do...
from it.
Perhaps you discovered a journal of one of your immediate parents that spoke about their experience. Maybe they were directly involved in wiping out the air nomads during Sozin's era. Decades before.
They would.
Yeah, or maybe a grandparent
They would.
actually at this stage. It would be a
It would
grandparent.
probably be a grandparent.
Yeah.
But like maybe a grandparent that you have like a a good relationship with, and then you find out this like terrible thing.
Yeah. And because in all honesty, Sozin and every Fire Lord after that has like propaganda surrounding what was done with the air nomads, like, and was designed as like put out as a self-defense sort of thing. Huge amount of propaganda basically lying about what was done to them and to make explain away the genocide. But seeing a journal dictating like the specifics and the truth of it would be pretty full on and harrowing for a Fire Nation member.
Yeah.
All right. So, discovering your family's history with the genocide of the air nomads would probably be your answer.
Yeah.
All right. CJ, question number 1.
Ooh, okay. How did you come to feel that the only way to survive was to break the rules?
Ooh.
I don't mind if I do.
Are you ready? Are you ready for a tragic backstory?
So ready.
Gotta have it.
Because I'm doing it. We're going all in. Okay, so if I've remembered my Avatar: The Last Airbender history correctly, by the time Aang was discovered, the Southern Water Tribe was pretty messed up. The Fire Nation had been raiding them. They were in disarray.
Wolf Cove is kind of the only, as far as they're aware, the only sort of remaining little village. You know.
So I'm from Whale Harbor.
Yep.
Which was destroyed by a Fire Nation raid.
Yep.
And I was a young child at the time. And they came and destroyed everything. They killed everybody. It was brutal, absolutely savage. Picture the great fires of the Fire Nation literally melting the ice underneath our feet and our homes disappearing. Absolute savagery. And I realized that I was going to have to look after myself because everyone I knew had died. What was I going to do? And so I snuck onto a fishing boat that had been sort of left to wander, made it my own, and began a life of thievery and pilfering in order to survive, and worked my way up through the ranks to eventually become a full-blown pirate. Okay. So by the time Aang is doing his thing, and actually, like, you know, the Aang gang are doing the cartoon, I am at that stage a pirate, roaming the oceans, pirating and things, breaking the rules.
Awesome.
After Aang successfully defeats... Well, he didn't even defeat the Fire Lord, really. Zuko defeated the Fire Lord. But anyway, there's an argument to be made that it was an emotional defeat before the actual victory. Anyway, by the time that happens, I feel like I have become awakened to a new path. But until then... Yeah, survival was my primary goal, and I did it by breaking the rules. And it was because of my whole family being killed by the Fire Nation and realizing that...
Your entire town wiped off the map.
Exactly. The only way to survive was to look out for numero uno.
Okay, here's my question. Does numero uno extend to also stealing and pilfering from very open and available little fishing boats from other people in the Southern Water Tribe that would have been easy pickings? Yeah?
Yeah, I think I was like at that point in my life, this early sort of stage, I had lost all faith in people and was focused solely on surviving myself, even at the detriment of others.
All right. Great thing to note. I love that.
Love that yes. Love it.
I would have been in juvie if anyone had caught me.
Right.
All right. Alex, question number 1.
Question number 1. How and when did you learn about your second heritage? So for me, the second heritage is earthbending.
Yeah.
So I would say like pretty late bloomer, like she would have been like 15 or something, and I'm imagining like the Yuyan training starts early. So I guess the way I'm picturing it is like, you know, I was thinking training exercise, but I'm actually thinking more like it only would have come out if she was emotionally distressed or intimidated. And I think, you know, going back to the TV series, like the big kind of trigger for Aang to get his earthbending is like standing up for himself. So I'm very much picturing like, other members of the trainees being absolute assholes as per usual. And then she stands up for herself, does like some minor earthbending. I obviously think that like the mother was probably around, maybe overseeing the training, and
Yeah.
like immediately swung into action, thinking this was always a possibility because of the father, and either silenced the other trainees or like convinced them they would like basically gaslit them to piss
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, like,
And then, like,
something.
took me aside and then, like, explained what was going on and told me to fucking, like, keep it on the down low. Because I think there was at least a period of time where, like, she knew she was an earthbender while she was still training in the
Yeah.
archers. So that's what I think's happened there.
Amazing. All right. Question number 2. Who will I randomly choose? CJ. Question number 2.
Okay, wait. It's okay. Who kept trying to reach a kind hand out towards you only to be rebuffed?
Oof.
I don't know. Okay, no, I have an idea. Okay.
Because this is where I start noting down some allies and enemies.
I think that we're okay. So I'm just trying to picture the map again. There's parts of the Earth Kingdom that are quite close to the South Pole. I imagine I did some cruising around there, a bit of pirating around there when I was young. Perhaps a friendly Earth Kingdom sailor or merchant was robbed by me a couple times and kept trying to show me that there was a better way while I was young. He was trying to be like, you're just a young little water tribe fool. If you do better, there's a better way. And I was like, get fucked, old man. You don't know shit about shit. You don't know how the real world is. We got to do what we got to do.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
Okay. Do you have a name for this Earth Kingdom merchant?
Oh god, I closed the fantasy name generator. Hang on.
Gotta keep it up. Gotta keep it up.
Let me find that one. And here we go. Give me a second. Dead air.
No, we're fine. Earth Kingdom merchant.
Earth Kingdom merchant. His name was that's a lame name. I can do better than that. His name was Gaduzi. No, Udazi. Yeah, Udazi. Udazi.
Udazi. All right.
There's some sort of rule about Earth Kingdom names where they're meant to have a different clan name or something attached as well. I can't remember. I'll figure that one out later. But his first name is Udazi.
Awesome. Okay. So we have Udazi. Question number 2, Emily.
So my question number 2 is, who gave you the lessons and support you needed to discover your incredible abilities? And I was actually leaning towards perhaps Ty Lee.
Oh,
or
cool.
Otherwise, one of the Kyoshi warriors as like a sort of side thing, like, they're not bringing in like a 5-year-old into whatever their normal trainings are, but like, after they do their training or as a side thing, teaching this little kid and kind of helping them figure out, their abilities and where they're excelling.
Some random, he could totally be a cabbage merchant. That'd be amazing.
I was just thinking, like, I really like the idea of it being Ty Lee because, like, after she joins the Kyoshi Warriors, they would have been teaching her, like, this is how you do Kyoshi Warrior fighting. And she would have been like, that's cool, but, like, like, I really want to teach, like, she's kooky enough that she'd be like, I want to teach this little kid how to, like, take away people's bending.
Well, yeah, my fairly limited understanding of the non-TV canon is that she does teach chi blocking.
Yeah. And here's the thing, she is a legit legend. So in Avatar Legends, there are NPC legends who are like big peeps, like big honchos within certain eras. And in the Aang era, Ty Lee is a legend. and you can learn from her.
That's like perfect.
So I'm definitely, I like that idea a lot. I think that would,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it fits time-wise,
No, that's fine.
but if it makes sense, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Tyler's
Alright.
super young in the TV
Yeah.
series, so like she'll be around for a while, I
Yeah.
imagine.
And it's not hugely long after the TV series. It's
Do we have does the book give us years for the eras, or is it kind of loosey goosey?
I think
It
it's
does. It's just like
loosey-goosey.
very confusing to someone like me. Like this thing, it's like
It's all
something
AG and-
AG.
Yeah.
That's after genocide.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So BG is before the Airbender genocide. AG is after the Airbender genocide. That's what's in the book. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Yeah, legit.
That's it.
I didn't make it up. That's
Did-
what it is.
I was gonna say, did people in that era call it that? Because that's
I think
super
so.
like opaque, like super
they would,
transparent.
yeah.
That like,
I mean, it was like
because the Fire Nation, but like the Fire Nation wouldn't have seen it as a genocide, surely.
No, and they didn't. They
But anyway, no, it's good for us,
propaganded
man.
it. Yeah, they pitched it, and you know,
Self-defense, man. Those scary air nomads. They're gonna come get you.
yeah, exactly, with their military.
Yeah. Ew.
Because according to the wiki, Ty Lee was actively a Kyoshi warrior up until 124 AG.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah,
So that should cover us.
Yeah, I think you're good.
But I can't find in the core book the year.
I saw
I'm sure they're in there.
92 AG, and I'm trying to find where I saw that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
All right, so I got Ty Lee as your
Yes.
ally. Good to know. Nat.
Yes,
Maya.
so my next
What's Maya's second question?
Is who do you hold most responsible for this tragedy? Why? So I think I just say my grandfather, whose diary I found.
Mm-hmm. Grandfather from diary.
Yeah.
So this is who do you hold most responsible? So he's
That makes
your
sense.
your grandfather's sort of like your enemy. Cool.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it should be like the one that was in charge of him, or if I'm young and reading that, would I think my grandfather responsible because
They
my
did those
thoughts
things.
haven't developed that far?
Yeah, like it's very black and white for you. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the black and white option.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. All right, so you directly blame your grandfather for going along with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Cool.
Damn. Family stuff going on here.
Eat
Yeah.
'em.
And Alex, question 2 for Azuna.
Question 2 is who in your family insists you focus on upholding the family heritage? So this one's a bit tricky. I imagine like the main heritage is the Fire Nation, Yuyan Archers. It was really like an outlier to like this one Earth Kingdom guy that just got like caught up in everything. So I think my mum was very much the like you need to follow in my footsteps, be a part of this this group, fight for the Fire Nation, that kind of thing.
And what is your mother's name?
What is my okay? So
And what's
I
your
did have
grandfather's
it.
name, Nat?
Okay, just give me a bit.
I have both parents' names. So
Amazing. Classic
my
Alex.
Mother's. Look, it's 2 clicks on this fantasy name generator. So my mother's name is Lu, Lu,
Yep.
and my father's name is Hulo, which is Hulo.
Hulo. That's cool.
Yes, from the Earth Kingdom. I'm glad you're writing this down because I don't forget most of it. No, I'm joking. I'm going to remember every single part of this. Oh boy.
Hey.
And I've just made up a name.
Yeah?
Oh no, it sounds too much like Tarzan. That's alright, I'm going back to the drawing
Wait, what is it? I want to know what it is now.
Yeah.
Tarzan.
That's good. That doesn't sound too much like
Yeah.
Tarzan.
Tarzan. Spelled Tasan.
Tasan. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm getting real Tywin Lannister vibes from your grandfather. Like
Yeah.
I'm just like thinking this like
Yes.
maybe, but that's only if he is truly a bad guy. But you don't know.
Braggs, if you want to be our official note taker for this campaign, feel free. You can be our lawkeeper.
Right, so don't sign up to what you don't know. You don't know what you're signing up to.
Now, after these two questions, we will take a 10-minute break for food, bathrooms, all that sort of stuff, and then we are going to get straight back into the remaining 3 questions for character creation. And then that's kind of that'll be wrapping up our character creation, and we'll be able to go into our inciting incident.
Sweet.
All right, so 10 minutes, guys, which is 7:26.
Oh my god, we're back.
Bo, I'm zagging on you, I think. I think I'm going to change my hometown from Kyoshi Island to Cranefish City, which is northwestern Earth Kingdom. It's an industrial settlement established after the 100-Year War. And the Kyoshi warriors set up their training the police force.
Nice.
Yeah, I was just clicking through some, like, I was trying to find some named places for oh fuck, wait, I'm just gonna change the battery in my headset before we go any further, and it cuts out when we.
Good point.
If I read
You gotta change the wiki. We have a wiki, right? Surely. By this point.
If I've read this right, Kingfish Town becomes Republic City for the core.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
That's where I saw it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just realized my microphone was muted. My bad. Okay. I was about to say, Braggs, happy about your banana chips and note-taking, and I hope you just got down Emily's change, because I think you could hear everyone else, just not me. Awesome. Okay. Just have to remember to unmute my microphone.
Yeah, so I reckon.
Thank you, Kelly.
So that's northwestern.
Cranefish City. Yeah, good man. Yeah, we totally have a wiki now, right?
Fish City. Yeah.
That's northwestern Earth Kingdom. Yeah, I reckon that'll be way more interesting.
Oh, right. So that's the first town that they actually keep the Fire Nation colony in the country, because the roots go back so long. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think it's Crane like the bird.
Fire Refinery. The first joint business venture between nations was the impetus for the town's development. But then there's some shenanigans.
Cool. So what will later become Republic City? Hell to the yeah.
And then whether it would make more sense to privilege could probably still work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
mean,
still the
it
way
has
that
to
I was
have been-
thinking of it, just privileged in the sense of like being given opportunities. That sort of.
Now, Natalie, question number 3. Tell me, what is it?
So, who helped you through your grief? What did they teach you? So for my character, I'm envisaging that she just left. So like I don't know if I did have a helper.
Maybe not in the Fire Nation. Tell me about someone that you met while you were in the Earth Kingdom who helped you process your grief. About what the Fire Nation did about your to the air nomads.
Friend. What about Izuna? Did I say that wrong?
Oh, me?
This is we're
me?
actually looking for NPCs for this because we're actually fleshing out some extra non-player characters for you guys to interact with that you bring into this adventure.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
And it's a bold idea. So feel free to everybody just throw this immediately in the bin. But
Ready, got my bin.
if we are the Ang gang, is it possible that we have each come across Ang at some point? And that the answer to this third question for each of us is Ang?
I love that.
Or it could also be Iroh.
Could be Iroh.
He would be in Ba Sing Se at his tea shop, offering wisdom to any who come through.
Because my
super
third
true.
is similar to like it's who was ready to do anything to break you of your bad habits.
Could
I
I
feel like-
read our tea leaves?
Could be our reason for then following and trying to protect Aang's vision is that we've all been touched in some similar way. I don't know. Food for thought. I'm throwing it out there. This is the producer in me being like, if this was a movie, that's what we want.
Yeah.
Well, based off what Bo was saying as well, like Iroh would have been very like, yeah, I guess that's difficult with timeline, but like I'm not going to jump ahead, but like my question 3, it could be the same person, Nat, who like who had these interactions with you and me. And I would think in a way that Iroh kind of fits that, maybe, but these are just ideas. You could also make someone up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could invent somebody.
I'm cool with Uncle Iroh.
Uncle Iroh.
Yeah.
He's my uncle. He's everyone's uncle.
He's everybody's uncle.
Yeah. I googled his name and the first thing was Uncle Iroh.
It is commonly what he is seen as.
What's your vibe, Em? You're quiet on that one. What do you think?
Agree. I think it would work really well. It doesn't hook in, I think, really to any of the Prodigy history questions, but I do like it as a group thing, for sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Brags in the chat has suggested the cabbage guy.
Okay.
Hey, Braggs, don't get ahead of yourself. That's all my backstory. My backstory is all the characters.
We're gonna find out that's pivotal.
Hey, we all know from Korra, he goes on to be a very successful businessman.
Businessman.
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah.
What happens? What happens to Iroh in the end? Does he just go and hang out in his tea shop until he eventually passes away?
Spoilers, everyone. Spoilers.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, spoilers. But I'm like, have we got in
Spoilers,
canon what
yeah.
actually happens to him?
Yeah, he essentially lives out. He actually fills in for Fire Lord for Zuko while Zuko goes off looking for his mother, and he does that a couple more times for Zuko as needed. But he basically plays Pai Sho, offers wisdom, and serves people tea in Ba Sing Se until the end of his days, where he decides to transcend into the spirit world.
I don't hate
It's
this
just
idea
perfect.
that it's like we all have a reason to at some point have come across him or someone related to him.
But
And it's
also,
not-
like,
yeah,
it doesn't take away that we would be protecting the Avatar's ideals, because maybe, like, in that tea shop era, he is, like, he's non-stop ranting about how great Aang is.
Yeah.
Like, he's just, like, going on about, like, how this is what the Avatars should be, you know, like, this is what it's all about, balance, that kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
just because it isn't directly Aang.
So can you refresh? Can you refresh me on what your third question was, Nat?
Yep. So it was who helped you through your grief? What did they teach you?
And that was Iroh for helping, and he's the perfect person to help you reconcile your, like, the Fire Nation and your heritage with the horrors that were done by your people and in the name of your nation. So Iroh's great for that. Alex, did you also say Iroh was a wonderful answer for your question as well?
I mean, only after you said it. Like, so my third question is, who helped you understand that your two trainings can complement each other?
That would absolutely be Iroh.
So the thing is, though, like I was thinking, oh, maybe this is one of my parents. Like, this is my father. Like, you know, he's like more kindly, that kind of thing. And he's like, yeah, earthbending has a place in what you already know, but like, I think maybe he did that a little bit, but then like in my travels after that, like going to a tea shop, also Yuyan archer training, I would probably immediately recognize like General Iroh there and be like, oh, here's someone else who's like kind of experienced some, you know, exiling in a way from the Fire Nation.
Yeah.
And would have sought out some advice
And
from
would
him.
be very
And
ready
then-
to lend his ear.
And also, like, you know, again, just watched the episode about like him teaching lightning to Zuko is all about his learnings from the other nations.
From watching Waterbenders.
Yeah. So like him being like, oh, you're an earthbender? That's fucking amazing. Like you should complement that with what you already know. So like I think that works really well too.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay. And third question for CJ. Are you also thinking Iroh for your answer to this?
I feel like that. I feel like it could be Iroh. It could be Aang, but I guess it depends on timeline wise. Iroh, at a certain point, he pretty much just hangs out in his tea shop.
So he's very accessible, whereas Aang's going to be all over the shop.
Yeah. But then
So
again,
what was your question, CJ? Sorry.
Oh yeah, mine was who was ready to do anything to break you of your bad habits.
Ooh.
So I don't hate the idea that it's maybe it's. Do we know what Katara and Sokka were up to immediately following?
Katara was traveling around with Aang because they started to become official.
Yeah.
Sokka actually spent a fair amount of time on Kyoshi Island and then sort of does his own thing for a bit. And they sort of come back together as, you know, Team Avatar for little bits, but he actually is a little bit more doing his own thing every now and then. So
Well, Sokka's experience with pirates, maybe maybe he'd be like, hey, this pirate, stop doing pirate shit.
Yeah. And he would actually be someone who would uphold law in, because he was a big sort of judge and juror in Republic City as well. So him sort of getting involved in upholding the law would be definitely there.
And there was
also
a
not
push
so
for
uptight.
rebuilding the Southern Island, the Southern tribe.
Yeah.
So I can imagine he was probably a big part of that.
Yeah.
And I can see a pirate crossing paths with him, and him being like, "Bro, there's not that many of us left from the Southern tribe."
Yeah, come home, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, and just being like overwhelming you with his skills and experience and abilities.
I feel like we would vibe because if I'm a bit roguish, so suck. I think I feel like
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to do that. Is that
Sokka.
too much to go somebody from main canon who's like
No.
Or is that we could do that? All right.
Again, Sokka is one of the legends in here that you can interact with. So
Yeah. All right. Let's do it. I think we came across each other multiple times post the 100-Year War, while Aang was busy with Katara doing Aang and Katara shit, and Sokka was busy trying to rebuild the Southern Water Tribe, and he needed merchant sailors.
Yeah.
You know, I'm up for any job depending on the fee. I think over the course of a few years, he really wore me down, and he was like, "Listen, man, I'll buy your whole ship out if it means that you'll go straight."
I love that. All right, and last but not least, we have Emily with your third question.
My third question is, who cares for you greatly but doesn't understand your talent? And I don't immediately have an answer for this.
Can you say that question again?
Who cares for you greatly but doesn't understand your talent?
Okay, so someone who
Like my
overlooks your
immediate-
ability.
My immediate kind of thought for that is a parent, or
Yeah.
a sibling. Um, that's just more like, sort of has an opposing sort of view for the future, right? Like, why aren't you going off to be like a merchant or a doctor?
Yeah. I'll
I
boost Emily up a
have
little bit.
I have an absolute wild curveball idea for you, Emily.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
go for it.
Um, thinking of someone who would be affiliated with the Kyoshi Warriors, may have spent at least some time at this kind of almost outpost where they're setting up at Cranefish City. You know, kind of like has that good intention, but maybe doesn't understand everything, like cares about you, but doesn't understand your skills.
Yeah.
Especially if your skills reflect those of someone like Ty Lee, why don't you also put Sokka
Oh.
as your person? Because Sokka would be hanging out with Suki, or like hanging out with the Kyoshi Warriors at times, and then sees this young, like, trainee in you and is like, oh yeah, cool. But then you're doing all the shit that, like, whipped his ass when Ty Lee was fighting against him.
Yeah.
And so he's like, no, you should do the Kyoshi stuff. Forget what you're good at. You should do the Kyoshi
Yeah.
stuff.
That's actually
But, like,
pretty cool.
Because then,
Yeah.
like,
I like that.
and I'm just thinking everything has to be neatly, perfectly into a nice little
Yeah.
package.
2
of,
for
like,
Sokka,
Nat
2
and
for
I have a
Iroh.
Connecting Iroh, Sokka, like, that's...
Are you
Just
happy
a
with that, Em?
Yeah, let's do that. It's
It's
interesting for
wild,
sure.
but
Yeah.
why not?
All right, Osha, done with Sokka. Cool. And so your relationship with Sokka is sort of almost like a bit, like slightly antagonistic, a little bit like of a rivalry, I guess? Like to show him what you're capable of?
Yeah, it's probably where the pride and the stubbornness would come out a little bit, particularly if like Alex said, he's kind of pushing, like trying to kind of push me off away from
Course
the
correct.
chi blocking. Like,
Mhm.
it's trying to course correct in the way that he thinks is right.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, I'm actually want to go this way.
Yeah.
But perhaps not like outright like antagonistic or anything, just a bit conflicted, a bit
Yeah.
butting heads a little bit.
Yeah.
Complicated.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, that's
Question
such a
4.
cool space you're in.
Yeah. Nat, question 4.
What symbol, heirloom, or mark do you carry to remind you of what you lost?
I want everybody to be writing down the answer to this for themselves so that you know exactly what you have on you. And Brags, I'm looking at you. These are going to be individual little keepsakes that everyone has on them that matter a lot. So can you say that one more time, please, Nat?
Yeah, so what symbol, heirloom, or mark did you carry to remind you of what you lost?
Okay. What do you still have on you to remind you of the Fire Nation and some of the things that if it's done and the family you've left behind?
Maya's going to carry 2 things, if that's okay. Or,
Yeah.
one being the diary
Of
as a
course.
reminder of what
Love
was.
that.
And then probably like I feel like the mum whittles whole. So like a little figurine that reminds her of
Oh,
family.
cute.
Awesome.
Cute and terribly sad.
What is the figurine of? Is it of anything in particular?
I just thought like a statue of a woman.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it's like a godly figure, spiritual figure, or what, but it's just a woman.
Amazing.
Clothed, with clothes on. Don't worry, Alex.
Okay.
Rags, you getting this? Close on.
Okay. Question number 4. CJ.
Yeah, so mine's similar. What is your favorite possession that you stole, swiped, or otherwise acquired illegitimately? So I have a thought about this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm leaning heavily into this soccer relationship now.
Yeah.
I think I know exactly what you're about to say.
Well, maybe. I have a couple of thoughts on this. Okay, someone remind me, what was Sokka's like primary weapons that he used?
It was
Boomerang
the
number
boomerang
one,
and
and
the
then
sword
a
thing.
sword which he lost at
Yeah.
the end.
Well, he had the war club. Was that also the boomerang that had?
No,
the,
no, there was
war
a club
is
as
the
well.
sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it because the sword has that notch that you put like the ball into.
Yeah. But
That
then
makes
there's also
sense.
the space sword that he.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah.
The
But
space.
it's mainly the boomerang. The boomerang is
The
his like
boomerang's
go-to.
his
I was
thing.
thinking that I stole Sokka's boomerang, or at least
I love it.
I think I've stolen his like actual main boomerang, and really he's got like 10.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
When he comes up in Republic City, he no longer has a boomerang, and he thinks back fondly of the boomerang. So I am more than
Isn't it
happy.
because he lost it. He lost it when they were blowing up airships.
Oh, that's
Or-
right.
No,
he
That's
did throw it and
M.
just,
You're
like,
thinking
bangs
about
off
the
and goes
space
flying.
sword.
Doesn't he lose the boomerang at some
I
point?
thought
Like
he
he
loses
throws
the
it and
boomerang.
doesn't come back, or he.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he definitely loses the sword, and maybe the boomerang as well. But I feel like he
Yeah.
probably would have like made another one for sure. But the space sword was that made out of a meteorite and forged
Yeah.
himself. Like that's definitely not something he can
Yeah.
remake or re-get. Whereas the boomerang can totally re-get that. So yeah, I'm more than happy for
yeah.
you to have stolen one of, if not Sokka's only boomerang.
It was either that, or I was like, maybe I stole something from Sokka that I think belonged to Aang, but doesn't actually.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
like, I've got the Avatar's wallet or something, but like it's not actually.
So, something in there.
Yeah. But I was like, what would Aang have? He's so minimalist. I can't imagine
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
having belongings.
He has his clothes, he has the staff, and then he has like. Unless you have, is it marbles that he first does the little trick, the spinny trick,
Yeah.
and you stole marbles from Sokka, and you're like, these are the marbles.
I just tell
that-
everybody that they're Aang's marbles.
they're Aang's marbles.
Oh.
Is it marbles or is it rocks? Because everyone
It's
else-
marbles.
It's
It's
in there
marbles.
somewhere.
It's marbles. Okay, there
Yeah.
you go. But I like when you were saying I have a terrible idea. I was just like, it's the boomerang, isn't it? You never stole the boomerang.
Okay, what do you guys think is funnier? I think the boomerang is funnier, but I could
think
go
the boomerang's
Yeah,
great.
I think the boomerang's wonderful.
Boomerang. I think I stole a boomerang from Sokka
And I think like
times we met, and I've never told him. And even though we're
Yeah.
buddies now and we bump into each other occasionally, I will never admit to it's his boomerang that I stole.
But it's one of your
Yeah.
proudest
I think-
possessions.
I'll tell everybody else who will listen that it's Sokka's boomerang.
like canon wise, like whether he did lose it in some of the final episodes or not, he would have made or gotten another one. But like
Yeah,
he could have just
for sure.
stolen that one. So
Well, I'm looking at the
works
wiki. It does say that he was forced to drop the boomerang and sword to save Toph's life. So that was while the Sozin's Comet thing was happening.
Yeah,
Yeah, on the
It does
airship.
also say years later he came to possess the boomerang again and used it to incapacitate a demonstrator. Blah 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 blah. So it's totally possible that the one that he has in the anime later on is a new one because it
Yeah.
doesn't actually explain where he got it from.
yeah. It's open-ended.
Perfect.
So, yeah, he got another one,
Take
and
his
you have
boomerang.
that one.
Yeah,
He keeps losing boomerangs.
I'm doing
Mainly
it.
to you.
Yep.
Maybe that's it. I've got a collection. I just keep grabbing it. No, I think it was the one. I've got a boomerang.
Yeah.
It's Sokka's. Yeah.
Yep, I love it. All right. M, question number 4.
What strange talisman or detail of your clothing plays a role in your talents? I'm stuck here. As to exactly what that means.
Like what I'm thinking is
It's-
like, you know, you have your fighting outfit, whatever that looks like, whether it is like Kyoshi or not, but maybe there's something that like maybe it's like your gloves or something you
Something
slightly
that
attach something to make it chi blocky esque or something, or
Something that shows that you are that you excel at what you do.
Right, so it could literally be like a mark of whatever training, like like whatever training organization or
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I think.
What do you think about? So, is it something about excels? It shows that you excel at what you do. Is that what
It's
it
a little
says? Or is
unclear
that...
'cause it's like, yeah, what detail or talisman plays a role in your talents, which is
Hmm.
Could it be like
interestingly worded.
Could it be like a gold medal that you won from a weapons making contest and now you wear it with pride everywhere you go because you're just that person?
I like that.
She's
I
a
like,
person.
yeah. I mean, it certainly ties into the pride thing.
Mm.
I do like the idea of it being like an emblem or
Hmm.
like a logo or something. That's worn like a uniform, I suppose.
I don't know if this is going too far into canon that I don't understand, but like, if you were at least trained adjacent to the Kyoshi warriors, do you reckon maybe they could have given you like an honorary, like a little
Fan?
gold fan or something?
Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was just thinking like a little brooch, but like,
Yeah, not an actual
if they
war
gave you an
fan,
actual
but
fan,
yeah, yeah.
that would be wild.
Probably not an actual fan unless I was actually a Kyoshi warrior. But
Yeah.
I like the idea of it being something like that. It's like, hey, you've kind of mastered what we had to teach you.
Yeah. And like everyone kind of knows that symbol a bit. Like that's the Kyoshi symbol, is that little like golden fan thing.
I think either that or sorry.
All right, have you read what the Bragg said in the chat? He said, maybe tie up sleeves to help with combat.
Yes,
Which is also
yes,
cool.
I was thinking about that too. Like whether it's a clothing sort of style thing where it's particularly, wearing particularly, flexible and free moving clothing.
Well, like the Kyoshi warriors all have like the full arm and like gloves and everything. Maybe you have like no sleeves and no gloves. Like maybe you're like fully like hands free, ready to go.
Like full monk, no sleeves.
No sleeves.
No. You know stripper pants? How you like rip them off?
Like tearaway pants like a basketball player.
Tearaway sleeves.
Just
When you're
tearaway
ready to battle, you
sleeves.
can just be like,
The only thing in your bag is like 50 more pairs of these
Pairs of
sleeves. You have to
sleeves.
keep putting them back on.
Like, once I
Ripping them
finished like removing your ability to bend, just like hold on for 5 minutes while I put my sleeves back on.
while you're like drooling on the ground. I said, "What? Just 1 second, guys." Oh,
I
man.
think what I might make it is a particular weapon, even though my primary, I think, fighting style will be open hand. I think I'm gonna make it a tonfa, which is basically like a police baton.
Oh, cool.
Oh yes, so cool.
Why
So
don't you use?
they're like,
Here's
sorry?
So Kyoshi warriors have 2 fans, right?
Yes.
What if, as a show of you like training with them and mastering the things that you're mastering, what if they gave you 1 and you use it closed as a short baton?
Oh, that's
like
cool.
the closed fan.
And
Maybe
you
it's a fan
can,
that
at
doesn't-
some point, extend it as a fan if you want. But it functions as a baton. Like, because they're metal fans. So it functions as a baton when it's closed. If you want to do it that way.
So, yeah, I think for sure we'll say now it's going to be a weapon of some description.
Yep.
And I might nail down precisely which.
What it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Dunskies.
It'll be, like a weapon related to the training that
amazing.
we went through.
Alex, question number 4.
Number 4, what detail of your clothing or visible trinket reveals you belong to two cultures? So I'm also going to have a couple, mainly because it's very straightforward for me. The Yuan, Yuan,
Yu Yang.
Yu Yang, sorry. Archers all have like crimson tattoos across their eyes.
Yep.
So she's going to have that, but
Fuck
she's
yeah.
also going to have like piercing green eyes, like Earth Kingdom kind of thing. So that's one thing. But I also think, and this will tie into something later about the weapons, that she has like this composite ash bow that has like, Komodo rhino horn as like the like inlay and stuff. And,
Yeah.
like, so she has a very like Yu Yang bow that is very specific to their style.
Yeah.
So a mixture of those two things. So the bow and also the tattoo
The
and
tattoo.
eye color, which she cannot change or hide. So yeah.
Dope. Okay. That's amazing. And lastly, and I'm pretty sure everyone has the exact same question in this. Question number 5. CJ, what is it for you?
It is. Oh, here we go. Why are you committed to this group or purpose?
And that is for everybody.
Yep. Same.
So as you feel it, raise your voice on high and let us know why you are committed to this group and purpose.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I've kind of already done mine a little bit. I think my relationship with Soka and my general knowledge of the Avatar and what he's accomplished has opened my eyes to the fact that being a selfish pirate is not necessarily going to end great for me, and that there's more to life than just survival. And so I've joined this group because of that unifying purpose of protecting the Avatar's vision. I've decided to dedicate my life to that concept of friendship and unity and balance, because I spent so much of my life on the other end of that and realized that it's not healthy and or quite destructive, actually. So I'm trying to atone for wrongs that I may have done in the past, and I am looking for that sense of friendship and community. That's why I've joined this group, for this purpose. I want to belong to something bigger than myself, and I feel like this is the answer for that.
Perfect. Natalie, why are you committed to this group and purpose?
Well, pretty similar to CJ, to be honest. So like seeing what my ancestors have done in the past and wanting to make it right for the future,
Yeah.
and meeting this group. You got this.
Amazing. M.
I think they, thinking about sort of the prodigy, I think they kind of feel like they are too good maybe for the path they were heading down, which I think would be maybe going to the Cranefish City police force. And they know that they can do better and go further, and maybe from the stories they hear from Suki and Sokka and Ty Lee, want to like think they can, that they're specifically placed with the skills that they have to
Aid the Avatar.
sort of go out into the world and be like, this needs doing, and I'm the one with the skills to do it.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Alex.
I love how Nat and CJ's like, I just love how different that is. It's so different but perfectly lands you in the exact same place. I think like, the journey that she's gone on is very much like gone from her mother, then to her father, and then even moved on from him to go to places like Ba Sing Se to meet Iroh by chance, basically. But I think like the reason she's committed is purely because of him. like Iroh. Like Iroh would have just spent some time doing some vague but sort of applicable advice about, like, you know, the meshing of these two sides of your life. If you want to know more about how to do that, you have to just throw yourself into the melting pot of people out there. Oh, hey, a random group of people that I absolutely don't know anything about. I'm going to push you and, like, tell you to go hang out with them. But maybe he's much more aware that, like, this group is, like, you know, what do we say, the Aang Gang?
Yeah.
That, like, you know, this group of people has ties to the Avatar. He's just kind of saying, like, oh, they seem like a random group of people that are all a good mishmash of people. You should go learn from them. And I think she would have just kind of been very much just... She's been led a lot of her life, so I imagine she just kind of gets led to this next part.
Amazing. Okay. Guys, you have successfully created your characters in Avatar Legends. Congratulations.
We did it!
Hot diggity!
Now, we move into our inciting incident. This is now, it might be what brought you together. It might be something that happened pretty soon after you sort of did things together. But it's the incident that really put you all on the same page with the same goal. And we're going to go through because it has a 3-act structure. And this is sort of like the prologue, you know, to what our campaign starts. So...
Oh damn! Yeah, I'm looking in the book. This is big.
Yeah.
Legit.
Okay.
So with the inciting incident, the first Act 1, the inciting incident is not a full session of play. Instead, you craft it together at the table like a few good friends retelling an epic episode or escapade that happened the week before. Choose options that are interesting, but leave them open-ended since you'll need to fully understand your characters before you can fill in all the details. But you've started to get a good grasp of your characters at this stage. So, Act 1, you befriended an ally who gave you access to a valuable item. You discovered a secret hidden by a powerful figure. You did something fun but drew the ire of a powerful figure in the process. Or we learned the frightening plans of a powerful foe.
Ooh.
Which page are you on? Sorry, Bo.
This is page 111.
111.
Okay, thank you.
So who... I feel like, does it make sense that we all come together in Ba Sing Se? Because it's kind of like the biggest place, like Iroh's there, but you guys could have traveled there very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Earth King is, starting to actually take a purposeful hand in things that are going on there now.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to think, like, oh, what's a powerful figure that's like a kind of bad guy? And I just keep thinking of the Dai Li. But
so
they're not really.
give me a sec, and I will have a look at some of the stuff that we've got to work with in the Aang era.
So the inciting incident is all 3 acts mapped out.
Yep.
And then we start immediately after that.
Basically, yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, so
yeah, we're just describing it.
notable.
So does that mean do we want to end up in Ba Sing Se at the end of Act 3, and that's where we start our campaign?
Well, I'm just trying to think how the 4 of us would have gotten together in the first place. Which
We
I guess
all
is what I was
have our-
thinking. Iroh is a convenient
Yeah.
catalyst there, but
Maybe if Iro told all of our, like, read our tea leaves
oh
and
yeah,
told us all separately to go to this one location or move towards this one thing.
You might have gone there together, like met together in Ba Sing Se and sort of been sent off. So it's Cranefish Town, by the way, not Cranefish City at this point.
Yes.
Yes. Cranefish Town recently had a failed bending supremacist uprising. And so what happened with that was that a certain person was wanting helmed an uprising where benders feel like they're more supreme to non-benders and are worried about them being they worry about machines replacing benders in the workplace and them being less sought after, less important, less supreme. Because now that the different kingdom or the different nations are coming together, they're managing to create these really efficient machine sort of production things that are making the benders not necessarily needed or not needed as much in Cranefish Town. So there was a bending supremacist uprising there that was headed by someone, and they all these people were essentially trying to like suppress and crush non-benders and be like, we're the best, check it out.
That's from the comics, right?
could that fit into like we learned the frightening plans of like the supremacist movement to maybe have some kind of almost sounds like domestic terrorism attack?
Yeah.
There you go. I like that.
Like on a group of non-benders, or I don't even know, but
So
like that last
yeah.
plot point there.
So the head of the bending supremacists is Li Ling, but she's now in prison.
Doesn't mean her good work isn't being stopped.
Yeah,
'Cause
and like
you can run things out of
she
prison.
might, yeah, she might be still. You know, yeah, you learn about her plans that she's still orchestrating from prison, some big hit, or some big display or terrorist attack that's going to happen in Cranefish Town.
Yeah. I wonder if like maybe whoever is the head of Cranefish Town, I don't know if it's like a mayor or something. Like if they're like a non-bender, and maybe it's like either an assassination or a kidnapping or something of that person to like take them out of power so that they can maybe be superseded by a bender or something.
The Cranefish Town, I think, is ruled by a business council.
Yeah.
So it's not a.
Seems legit.
Yeah, it's a. What do they call it? A corporatocracy.
Oh yeah.
Oh great.
Yeah.
Oof.
But essentially a council. Rather
Well, it could
than
still be to like unseat them, because
Yeah.
if it's a corporatocracy, they would be very pro technology and probably not give a crap about bending like traditions and stuff in general. I would say. So maybe that would make them a target for the supremacists.
It's called the Local Business Council. And its
really
head,
catchy name.
the head of it is Lao Beifong, Toph's father.
Oh shit!
Yep.
Oh damn. Okay. What do you guys think about if there was some kind of plan to? I don't even know. Maybe we could make it less dark and make it like
Lao is a person
blackmail him?
Lao is a person in charge who is not a bender and displays a lot of power and is also behind the innovations that are pushing benders out of the workforce. So
that would be.
he would
Prime
be
target.
a very prime target. And as to what that is, what's the plan? What's the nefarious plan that you guys come across?
Well, you got the big three. You got blackmail, assassination, kidnapping, or abduction. right? They're the big three, depending on how dark it is, basically. But um, hmm,
I feel like in the
yeah,
Avatar verse, blackmail or kidnapping would go down well.
that's true. I feel like blackmailing because if it's like a corporatocracy or whatever, it's all about like the paperwork. But if you can prove that this guy is like crooked or that um, he's not doing things by the book, he would probably be booted out by his own like government in a way. And so maybe they're like forging papers to make it look like he's super dodgy. I mean, he probably is, he's the normal healthy level of corrupt, but maybe they're making him out as like super, super corrupt so that he gets completely like dethroned. And then that will destabilize everything so that then like the Benders will have more of a chance at maybe something else in the future.
Mm. I'm into it.
Sure. Are we all on board for a blackmailing or like a fake sort of information?
I think it's
What
a
would we call
blackmailing,
it?
right?
Blackmailing? Yeah. Okay.
It's a blackmailing. I like that.
So, and to answer your question, some random, a lot of this information is in the core rulebook because it goes through each of the 5 eras and what's happening in each of these eras. What the big sort of unstable aspects of this setting are. So you learn so much about the different eras with the rulebook.
It does seem that the Bender supremacy thing is from the Imbalance comics, if I'm remembering.
Yes, that is. So that happened within the comics, and so because this sort of takes place directly after those comics, it's very freshly done. So you discovered
We're also big nerds, so
yeah, that as well.
that helps. We're all big nerds.
I've just been reading some of the stuff about cranefish, and we might need to slightly reframe
Okay.
Osha, I think, because Suki doesn't start training people
Police
from
there.
Crayfish in chi blocking until that supremacist issue kicks off.
Yeah.
So whether it's that Osha was like the kind of the genesis for that idea,
Yeah.
like
Well, you
very
probably
first
learnt
person-
from Ty Lee on Kyoshi Island, right?
Well, yeah,
or
I
do
guess
you-
it's whether I could keep the hometown as Kyoshi Island,
Mm.
and then maybe have
Move.
learned there and then moved.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So already have learned and then moved across.
Yeah.
Probably makes a bit more sense.
I would say so.
Because just reading through the timeline of this supremacist movement,
It wouldn't quite work.
Yeah.
yeah, they don't start teaching. Suzuki initially starts training the guards in Cranefish to prepare for the supremacist conflict.
Yeah.
And then it's not
But
until
yeah.
afterwards that the Kyoshi warriors start training the police force.
Mm.
So
I think that works.
So we'll go back and have Osha's hometown being
Kyoshi Island.
being Kyoshi Island, or somewhere on Kyoshi Island.
Awesome.
And
Okay.
then probably already being in Cranefish by the time our story starts.
I like that.
All right. So, Act 1, you learn the frightening plans of Li Ling regarding the blackmail of Lao Beifong. Okay, so you learnt this, and then in Act 2, you did one of these things. Stole a valuable item from powerful foe. We discovered a terrible truth about a location or powerful figure. We defended an ally or place from a powerful foe. We destroyed a valuable item and drew the ire of its owner, who is a powerful foe. I'm thinking that you defended Lao Beifong from Li Ling.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I was gonna go a slightly different route of thinking like we either accidentally or on purpose intercepted one of these messages from, was it you say Li Ling?
Yeah. Liling.
Yeah. From in jail, basically saying like okay, it's go time, kick off the blackmail plan. And like we got that missive and then we're like, oh shit, I don't know what to do now. But I think if we kind of fast forward a bit, it might make more sense to do the defended thing.
Yeah, if you want the threat to still be in play when we pick it up, which I think is really good. You could have stolen where was it? Stolen or destroyed from Li Ling.
Because I think I just want Li Ling to still be very pissed off at us at the end.
Yeah.
That's my goal.
Okay, let's say you destroyed these stack of documents that Li Ling was using to blackmail Lao Beifong.
That's cool.
So a lot of the ammo for blackmail has been destroyed by you guys. And then in Act 3 is the sort of the crux.
Yeah, that works. If we're trying to tie it all in together, it's possible that I came across the blackmail info because of my mercantile nature. So I'm no longer a pirate, but I'm still not above doing a job for money. So I was responsible for shipping information or sneaking information out of the prison where Li Ling is currently held.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm a roguish devil. I read the mail. I want to know what secrets I'm transporting. Discovered that it was blackmail material and immediately was like, oh shit, I got to do something about this. And yeah, maybe that's when I reached out to, because we're all vaguely Angang adjacent, right? We sort of established that.
Yeah.
I think at that point we could be connected.
I think I reached out to Loka and was like, Toph, this is about her dad. What do we do? And maybe then the word went out to form a super team, which is us. I don't know. What do you think? I'm clutching at straws at the end there. But, I mean, yeah, I like that idea. We end up joining up because of that. And then together, we destroy the blackmail material, end up pissing off Li Ling, and then we end up in Act 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
We destroyed blackmail documents. And drew the ire of Li Ling. So now she knows who you are and she pissed.
Yeah.
And then Act 3, you fought and barely defeated powerful foe. We narrowly escaped capture by powerful foe. We saved or rescued an ally from powerful foe. We were saved from a powerful foe by an ally to their own detriment.
I mean, that last one makes for a very interesting, inciting incident.
Who swings in to save our asses?
T-Man.
Iro. Yeah, maybe Iro just
Average
comes
man.
in.
Which guy? No, okay, no.
Because I like the idea, like, it could be that we got way in over our heads, we destroy these documents, and then, like, exit from the location we've snuck into to see, like, 20 guys surrounding it. And we're like, ugh. And then Iro swings in to help us. But, like, the other... I don't like the first one, because I think Li Ling is, like, too powerful for us to just have, like, defeated her.
Yeah.
I think, like, we narrowly escaped capture by also works, because that way it doesn't hurt Iro, which I'm like, oh, I don't want to hurt Iro.
Well, it doesn't say
like,
it has to hurt them, it just says to their own detriment. That doesn't have to be physical injury.
No,
Like-
but, like, I never want anything bad to ever happen to Iroh ever.
No,
That's
I mean, fair.
that's Alex speaking, but that's fine.
Is this taking place primarily in Cranefish Town, or would
Yeah.
this
Oh
be
yeah, he wouldn't even be there.
No, but this is what I'm
That's
checking is because we got the blackmail material from there. I assume Li Ling's in prison in Cranefish Town.
Yep, she
But-
sure is.
We ended up potentially in Ba Sing Se to destroy the material and defend Daddy Beifong. Potentially, food for thought. If I'm remembering what happens after Avatar: Last Airbender, Toph Beifong is in the middle of building her metal bending school.
Yes,
This-
the Metal Bending Academy is already up and running and
So
has
maybe-
students.
So maybe the detriment here is that a bunch of her students got injured saving our asses.
True. So Toph and her students saved your butts to their detriment.
Once
Yeah.
again, reaffirming to us that unity is the way. You know, it took a team of fledgling metal benders to save us because we were
Yeah.
in over our heads, and we worked out if we all stick together, we can do more good than harm. I don't know. I'm clutching at straws here. Somebody help me.
No, friendship is magic. That's right.
Yeah.
Friendship is magic. By our powers combined,
Yeah, so much better.
summon Captain Planet. Different game. Okay.
Speaking of Captain Planet and Avatar.
Oh my god, I love this.
Oh,
I
you
love this so much.
smushed them two together.
Yeah,
Also,
soccer
I'm
going
100%
hard.
Behind hashtag Daddy Beifong, by the way.
Oh yeah, hashtag
Yeah.
Daddy Beifong is so good.
Nano
Yeah.
definitely refers to him as Daddy Beifong. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
also quick retcon for some random and I think also possibly Bo is my character's name is
Oh, is it Izuna?
not
Sorry,
Izuka.
sorry. Yes,
So, yeah,
yes.
it's,
Izuna.
an
I wrote
infidelity.
down Izuna and I wrote on there Izuka. My bad.
That's all good. You're thinking with that Zuko brain, and I like it. But no, cool.
My apologies. Yeah,
Bryce.
so many daddy issues.
So many daddy issues.
Izuna, aka side dish. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh god, Matt. I was hoping you all had forgotten.
No, we
So-
won't.
Never.
So we got hashtag Daddy Beifong, we got side dish, we got friendship is power, friendship is magic.
Friendship is magic. It's all there.
This sounds like a great opening act. So to get this straight, we were saved from Li Ling and her bending supremacists.
Yep.
We were saved.
I just said that. Anyone else, feel free to shoot me down. I'm
Nah, I love
massively
it.
overreaching here.
Li Ling and her bending supremacists by Toph. Toph and her metal benders.
Fledgling metal benders.
Yeah. To their detriment.
Because I think Fledgling Metal Benders is a good band name.
Jesus, we're gonna have a lot of good band names out of this.
Yeah. Start our
Okay.
label with all the bands that we've created.
So that's our inciting incident. This is essentially, that's the prologue. That's what we've seen happen like last week. And now we'll be getting into the adventure for what's happening next time. Now we have roughly half an hour left. We can do a little reenactment of what you guys came up against in the battling the bending supremacists, and do a little example of what combat looks like in Avatar Legends. Would you guys like to do that for our last half hour?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm scared, but yes.
Correct.
All right.
Not thought as far ahead as moves and things. But let's
We are going to be
Hey,
figuring it out
you
together.
say you finished character creation, but actually,
We actually
Oh,
didn't.
yes, the moves.
We didn't fully do
Oh,
character
true.
creation. Yes.
you got to do your
Ah.
stats. and
So
moves.
yeah. So each of you gets to put 1 point in your in a one of your 4 stats. So the stats are creativity, focus, harmony, passion, and your playbook has a different starting stats. Now you cannot go above a +2 on something unless you have a move from your playbook that allows you to go an extra 1 up to a +3. But normally +2 is the max that you can get for one stat. Okay?
I do want to check something, Bo, that you might know the answer to.
Yeah.
In reading through the book, I came to the conclusion that the moves, the basic moves,
Yes.
can sort of happen whether you want them to or not. Like if I start role playing and you go, you are currently pleading with an NPC, then that is happening, right?
Essentially, yeah.
But your actual moves that are on my character sheet here, I can choose whether or not to do those, right?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
asked because I have one that says it's called Roguish Charm.
Okay.
That says when you plead with an NPC or guide and comfort someone by flattering them and empathizing with them, I can mark 1 fatigue to roll with creativity instead of harmony.
Yes. So as long as you as part of like the narrative, the role play, if you're doing it in like a, charismatic, flirty way, and then we can absolutely do that. But in order for you to use that move, you
I
would
have
need to
say,
be
with my Roguish Charm.
and
I blah, blah, blah.
yeah, and also role play a little bit of that. How are you flattering them? What are
I'll
you
do
saying to flatter them?
Okay, good. I just want to check that I'm not going to be inadvertently using Roguish Charm constantly.
Oh
and then-
no, because it requires you using a fatigue
okay,
to do it for sure.
Cool. Well, then excellent. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah. So once you've chosen your single stat increase by 1, you also get to choose 2 moves from your playbook. So have a read through and select 2 of those. And there's also like a little blue box on the first page of your playbook, which will go through some of your special aspects to do with your playbook specifically. So like if you were the Guardian, for example, you would have to choose one of the other PCs to be your ward that you're protecting. So in each of you will have a different thing that you'll be looking at as part of being your specific playbook.
Quick question. Is everyone writing in the stats bubbles like the total number that you end up with? Or are you writing like +1 or what? Like I'm trying to figure
It's
out.
up to you.
I'm doing the
Whatever's going to be
total-
useful for you.
Yeah, I'm doing the final stat, so
Yeah.
that when I have
That
to
makes
roll, I will just
Yeah.
have a
It'll
modifier.
be there in the circle. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
from looking at this, some of my moves change that stuff, so I want to be able to add that quickly without having to add another number that I have forgotten.
Yeah.
Yes, fair point. Cool. That's done.
So don't worry, guys. Those of you watching, we will be heading into a very brief combat encounter just to show you how Avatar Legends combat works. And it's really interesting because it does this. It works with a series of engagements, and then like you have opportunities to break apart and talk, and like exchange ideas and talk people down, or like taunt them or whatever, to gain the upper hand or whatever you're after. And then you can go into another round of engagements in combat. It's not just like you are in combat now, you stay in combat until one party is the victor. It's very different, which is cool.
This is really funny. I have to pick 4 bad habits.
Hell yeah.
I have to try and convince you guys to join me in on occasionally.
Oh, yes.
That's
yeah.
so
So
good.
there's like casual thievery and pickpocketing, charming insults to dangerous people, gambling. These are great. These are fantastic.
Yeah.
Daredevil stunts. I can see that working. Yeah.
Do
Brags.
some sick tricks.
I would ask you for a little bit of patience. I will absolutely get you an invite to the Discord next session, our first session. because I still I need to catch up and I need to sort out like permissions and leveling and mods and all that sort of stuff within the Discord first. And I want to have that structure ready to go for everyone joining when they're able. But honestly, I really appreciate the enthusiasm and the enthusiasm of everyone who's been watching so far. It's been awesome. So I will have a Discord ready for access and joining as of session 1, and we'll let you know when that is after this. After we finish with the character creation here. So
I don't know where to put my extra stat at this stage, so I might just sit on that for right now.
yeah.
Do we, with choosing where your balance sits at the start, do we default to neutral, or can we pick?
Your center is the neutral, but you can be shifted one toward one way or the other at the very start if you think that is sort of warranted or would make sense for you.
Yeah. I think it does.
Well, awesome. I love those strong character decisions.
I'm all about it. I think I'm good. I haven't picked other fighting techniques because I didn't really read into how that needs to be done. I've got like a main fighting technique.
Yes, so
I've got one, but like, do I need to pick any others for this encounter, or are we just going to?
Yeah. So we'll pick another. You'll get two. You'll get one mastered fighting technique, which could be the fighting technique that you have as part of your
like it's just
your
built in,
playbook. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that looks like it is already there. Yeah, and then you get another technique. So I'm going to allow... You have your playbook technique. Then you get one master technique from one of the techniques at the back of the book. And there's techniques at the back of the core rulebook as well as Wan Shi Tong's adventure guide. And then you also get one learned technique. So learned is like you've only just learnt it, but you haven't really mastered it yet. And in order to actually use it in combat requires a bit more
effort.
Luck and effort. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So can you guys take me through some of the stuff that you're choosing and doing with your character sheets right now? So CJ, you were choosing 4.
I've picked my 4 bad habits. Yeah.
What are they?
Here we go. I've gone with casual thievery and pickpocketing, which sounds like 2, but is in fact just 1. I've gone with trespassing. I feel like that's pretty, I went with daredevil stunts because I'm a bit showy.
Amazing.
And I went with charming insults of dangerous people because I have no fear.
I cannot wait for you to insult some really dangerous peeps. That's going to be great. Just put you in front of like, I don't know, like Fire Lord Zuko, and you just be like, you're a chump with bad hair.
Wrong shit.
Want to barbecue me up some ribs there, Fireboy? Yeah. Come up with some good stuff. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so those 4 bad habits. Yeah?
CJ, is that in your like blue box on the front of your page?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so mine doesn't actually ask me to...
Blue box. I'll show you.
Underneath
It looks like this.
Hang on.
It's mirrored, but that is my bad habits.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Just checking because mine doesn't have me. Like, I don't need to choose anything.
It'll be very different for each person.
Yeah. So mine doesn't need anything chosen. It says for when I'm starting to learn a technique or training that I don't have a willing teacher for, that's when I have to do stuff.
Cool.
And when I try to connect with an NPC via a shared culture. So
dope.
I think I'm good for now.
Awesome. And
my one...
Yeah, go for it, Nat.
Sorry, my one's never turn my back, so I have to choose 3 ideals from the list of things.
Ooh.
So, always keep your promises, always stand up to bullies, and never leave a friend behind.
All right, Nat and CJ, can I get you to put those things for Braggs in chat for him or her or they to note down?
Boom. Nailed it.
Right, M, what's the blue box for you, say?
Mine is extraordinary skill. Basically, I get to start with an additional mastered technique, which I've yet to pick, and then I've also got another choice, which I'm not entirely sure how this applies, but I have to choose 2 areas in which your mastery is particularly impressive. So my options are shaping, sensing, maneuvering, forcing, braking, and guarding. And I don't know that there's an explanation of what those are in context, but kind of doing my best guess, I've gone with maneuvering and braking.
Yeah. I think it'll be like narratively, if these things put in, then you'll get extra stuff with it.
Because there's not really anything there as to how that specifically applies.
A lot of this game is to do with like the narrative and how you weave the tapestry of the game.
I think it weaves. I think my choices there work into the rely on your skills and training.
Yep.
So it says when you rely on your skills and training, use a combat stance or otherwise trigger a move while using your mastery. Ignore penalties from conditions or statuses. So I'm taking that to mean if I somehow display like the maneuvering or braking,
yep,
I can potentially ignore
if you're afraid or you're angry or exactly.
Yeah.
You because those things usually give a -2 detriment to those certain skills.
So I think maneuvering and braking is what I'll go with there.
Awesome. Note those down. Maneuvering and braking, Braggs. Thank you. All right. Now, have the rest of you chosen 2 of your moves from your playbooks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
I've chosen my moves, yes.
And then techniques. You have the technique that's included as part of your playbook, because I'm going to give you that one for freezies.
Thank you.
Everyone else and then everyone else chooses 1 master technique, except for Emily, who chooses 2. And then each of you also choose 1 learned technique. Now, these can be, if you look at the back of the core rulebook, you'll see that there are where are we?
Pages 280 something, I think. I'm just finding out 280. That's what it is.
Techniques appendix.
And that starts with the universal one.
Yeah, so the universal ones can be used by anybody. Group techniques, I think.
I feel like we can get into that when we know each other better.
Yeah. I might look that up real quick. Well, you guys choose some stuff.
I have an annoying question to take half of your brain with.
Yep.
Similar to M, in my blue box of fun, it says you also start play with 2 mastered techniques, including your playbook technique, instead of the normal one. That is what we're currently all doing, or do I get an extra one?
You get an extra one. So you and M both get 2 mastered techniques on top of your playbook technique. Yeah, enjoy.
And then 1 learning one. Yeah, I'll definitely take that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I've gone with an open mind and wait and listen for my 2 moves. from my playbook.
Yeah.
Then my fighting technique that that the prodigy has is steady stance, and then I get to pick an additional one from anywhere, I believe.
Okay, so
Prodigy.
I think group techniques is a technique that you all learn together.
Group technique.
Cute.
Yeah, so it's a coordinated technique that you
Where are-
all do at once.
Where are those?
That's just
The-
below
the second
universal
group.
techniques. Yeah.
Oh,
So you got
cool.
universal techniques, group techniques, and then it goes into specifically water bending, earth bending, fire bending, air bending, weapons, technology. Now, is there anyone here who hasn't got Wan Chi Tong's Adventure Guide? You hopefully
Mine's
all
just
should have it.
uploading properly.
You put
Okay.
it in the thing, right?
I thought I did. Let me just double check.
Maybe.
I've got it, but it only lists.
That's only the playbooks, right?
Playbooks.
Yeah, it's only
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
playbooks.
That's alright. I will fix that. I got another one coming.
So there's different sets of techniques, is what I'm finding here. In the rule book, there's a section under the core moves bit for basic techniques.
Yes.
Are these
Yeah.
like
That's like just isn't that just like everything even not in combat? That's like
Wait. Where are you looking?
so the pages are slightly different because of the different model. I'm looking at 155, but it could be a different thing on yours.
Oh, yeah. So that is these are the ones that basic techniques you can use as this is actually part of combat.
Yeah.
So this is anyone can use at any time during combat. So you've got three for each. So defend and maneuver. You've got ready, retaliate, seize the position.
Right,
Then
so I don't have to pick one of these.
No. This is special techniques that are at the back of the book.
I want to pick an advanced
In 180.
Okay.
Also, you cannot choose any starred ones, guys.
Yeah, because those are like
Oh.
super rare, and you need a teacher for those.
You need a specific teacher for that
Okay.
one.
even if you would have had a teacher. Okay.
Even if you would have had a teacher, you need to the really rare ones you have to find in the world.
So I can't be like, I'm a bloodbender. I have to like find somebody to teach me that.
Exactly.
Maybe don't, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, a pirate who wants to learn blood. I think it fits.
I think there is one of the playbooks. Is it mine? Or is it the elder? There's one that gives you a bit of a buff to learning.
Yeah, like rare
like,
or mastered things.
yeah, where you don't need a teacher or you don't need to spend as long learning as other playbooks do.
Bo, just remind me, I'm picking one technique or two?
One, so you've got the technique that comes with your playbook, and then you pick one mastered technique, so the technique that you can use easily at the drop of a hat, and one learned technique, which is a new one that you're still sort of trying to get the hang of.
All right, so I'm picking two, but only one of them is like, I know what I'm doing with that.
Exactly.
And they can both be under your specialty.
Yeah, for sure. Just no stars next to them because they're the rare ones.
Yeah. Alright.
I mean, I feel like I need to go with bludgeon. It seems like the obvious choice. Or counter strike, because counter strike is also good. I'm kind of sad that turn the tables is a rare technique.
Yeah, the rare ones
I
are really
do- I do
tempting
like-
me.
I do like turning tables. Bo will tell you how the
Very
turns
true.
of table.
Yeah. Okay, I think I've got mine. I think.
Counter-Strike, I think.
All right, what are yours, Alex? Take us through them.
So I don't think I've said my moves yet. So with my moves, I've got Trusty Talisman, which talks about having a specific like weapon, tool, or item, and it means I can like roll with harmony instead of focus. So that is my bow, which is pretty straightforward. I've also chosen Things in Common, which is to do with like guiding and comforting someone who has a similar training or background with me. So they're my two moves that I've chosen. My techniques. So I've gone back and forth a lot. My learning technique, or the one that I'm not very good at yet, is dust stepping, which is in earthbending.
Yep.
So yeah, that's like about like getting the higher ground, getting out of the way, like getting a good position, which I think is good for an archer too. I am looking at grabbing attack weakness as a mastered technique, which is one of the universal ones.
Yep.
Mastered. I also automatically get Feel the Flow, which is mastered from my playbook. And then the last mastered one that I get, because I'm special that way, is... Sorry, I forgot the name of it. It's just some of the wording, because I'm trying to put the words to having a bow. But I think...
Very quickly.
Yeah, I'm definitely going... Sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
I think I'm going to go with Disarm, which is in the weapons specialist. So that's a defending maneuver one. So, yeah, I like the idea of her, like, firing an arrow at someone's weapon and knocking it out of their hand kind of thing. So that's what I'm going to do. So that's 3 master techniques and 1 learning technique.
Awesome.
Makes sense.
How's everyone else doing?
I think I've got mine.
Did you say that we could pick any fighting technique for our starting one, and we're not limited to the one that's on the playbook, or are we?
You get the playbook one for free.
Yeah.
And then you also choose 2 mastered ones for yourself, Em, and 1 learned one from the back of the book, the appendix.
I thought I would only choose 1 additional mastered.
Yeah, I'm giving you the playbook one for free.
Oh, okay,
Bo's being
right.
very nice.
I'm being
okay.
extra generous.
Don't
Yeah.
question it.
Just go with it, Em. Just go with it.
Yeah. The 2 learned ones?
No, you have 1 learned, 2 mastered.
Okay, cool. Yep.
Beyond
You'll end up with 3 mastered because you'll have 1
The
from
playbook.
the playbook, 2 that you choose, and then 1 learned one. Same as me. But these 2 plebs only get 2 mastered. And
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
what are you
I'm
doing?
gonna-
I'm
I'm
mastering
gonna
over here.
Double
I'm
check
just
this
going to
with you
use
off
the
air, but I'll pick
pissoir.
up
I'll be
now.
back in a moment.
Go for it.
All good.
What the DM says goes. All right? We'll see what happens after this.
Everybody in the Avatar verse as an accent, just like this.
Just like this.
From Brooklyn, you see.
Yeah. Hey, my name's Lee Ling. I'm here from prison.
Hello. I also
Picked up a
sound like
smoking habit while she was in there.
Yes, exactly.
Someone's smuggling her 50 packs a day.
Yeah. Although I don't think the no smoking laws are as strong in the Avatar verse. I think it's pretty normal to.
You are correct. In
Smoke.
this case, it is a GM.
Yeah.
Ugh, my cabbages. Jesus. They've lost it. Oh my god.
Alright, Bo, I just want to clear this up so that
Yeah.
I've not picked things that I can't have.
Okay.
Techniques, I get steady stance, which is the one that's
In the
per
playbook? Yep.
I get to pick
2.
for
Mastered.
extraordinary for extraordinary skill, I get that as written gives me 1.
Yep.
But you're saying I get an additional 1.
Because everyone gets a mastered
Okay.
on
Right.
top.
Okay, cool. So I've got 3 and then a learned 1 as well.
Yes, that's exactly
Yeah,
right.
okay.
In the end, you'll have
Cool.
3 mastered, 1 learned. Have you chosen
Excellent.
them?
Yes.
What are they? Hit me with them.
So I have gone with Counter-Strike, Disarm, Steady Stance, which is the playbook one,
Yep.
and then Parry, which will be
What you're learning at the
learned
moment.
one, I think, yes.
Cool. Nat, what are your techniques?
Okay, so the one that comes with my book is Disorient.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm mastering Breath of Fire. And then I am learning Jet Stepping.
Ooh.
Yes.
Cool. Mastered Breath of Fire, learning jet stepping. I love that. All right, CJ, what do you got?
Okay, so my default one that it came with is called Sweep the Leg.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Do you want me to read out what it is, or are we just doing the names?
Just do the names for now. We'll discover what they do when you do them.
Great. I'm gonna very similarly. I'm mastering Breath of Ice, which I feel like would be a quite useful pirating tool.
Put your heads together and you can be a Jakiro.
And my learned technique, my fresh one is called Refresh.
Oh, which is healing.
Healer. Ooh.
Okay. And because we're in the Aang era, the sexism of the Northern Water Tribe in like women may only learn healing and men may only learn combat is now being broken thanks to Katara.
Mm.
So you can
And
absolutely
thanks to
learn
you.
healing. All right. So,
Oh, damn.
So it is the Prodigy, by the way, that can learn extra things.
quickly. Yeah.
It
Makes sense.
costs me. So when a Prodigy sees someone using an unknown technique, if it's available within the skills and training, you can mark a fatigue to shift your balance towards excellent and take the technique as learned. You can only do this if your balance is at +1 excellence or higher.
Ooh.
And then you must still get a mastery condition from a master of the technique in order to have it like to that level. But then if I study with a teacher and learn it instead, I get to move I get to shift my balance towards community instead of excellence because I've taken the time to find a teacher.
Interesting.
All right. So, with that in mind, we're going to cast your mind back to the previous week when you fought some bending supremacists.
Ooh.
And we're going to throw you straight in.
Let's do it.
Hit me. Don't hit me.
All right. Now, the way the combat works, you guys are in Cranefish Town. And you have burnt these documents of blackmail that Li Ling has been holding over Lao Beifong's head for quite some time. You guys have rocked up into Cranefish Town, ready to bring these bending supremacists to justice and stop this nefarious plot. And you've been met with some severe resistance right now. In front of you, you've got earthbenders, firebenders, and waterbenders all together to be... They're out of a job thanks to these machines. And now this is the one thing they can agree on, is that their bending, whether it's earth, water, or fire, is more important than these machines. And you've come up against 2 earthbenders, 1 firebender, 1 waterbender opposite you guys as part of this fight. Now, the way that combat works, when we enter into engagements, we don't necessarily need to stay in engagements for the whole round, like battle or bout. What you can do is let me know when you want to move out of engagements, because you can like come together for an engagement and then separate for a little bit, circle each other and like have a chat, throw some jabs, jives, or like talk to them, try and shift their balance if you think you know what their principles are. Yeah, smack talk, whatever. And then you can jump back in if you want to for some more combat. So we've got what I first do is I take these 4 NPCs and I go.
We have dramatic music happening in the stream.
We do legit. It's pretty great. I need to figure out how you guys can hear the music. That'd be good.
It's playing in my head at all times anyway.
So what I do in this combat is I choose secretly what sort of technique they're going to use, and it's one of 3. It's one of with the combat exchanges. One of 3. So it's either defend and maneuver, advance and attack, or evade and observe. I choose what these NPCs are doing first in secret. Then you guys talk amongst yourself, choose what you're going to do, and let me know. Then we go through in order for defend and maneuver, then advance and attack, then evade and observe, and go through that round of combat with everyone. And so once you roll, you can then choose within that area, within the defend and maneuver, if you're going to use. So say you choose defend and maneuver, you've got ready, retaliate, and seize position all as options. And you might also have some techniques as part of your playbook that you've chosen that also come under defend and maneuver. When you come to have your turn, you roll for defend and maneuver with focus, unless you have something that lets you roll otherwise. And then you choose within that realm of defend and maneuver what technique you're using. So you don't need to like settle on a specific technique straight up. Just the sort of the general area that technique appears in. So for this first round, we have 2 earthbenders, a waterbender and a firebender spread out in front of you, posturing, and they are there for a fight. They want to take you guys down. And without seemingly even a word to be said, they break out into this first exchange. So I have... Yep, I've noted down what each of them are doing. And now I would like you guys to decide what you guys are doing for this exchange.
Advance and attack.
I'm definitely going to evade and observe with one of my techniques. Get a lay of the land first.
All right. So we have an evade and observe. We have an advance and attack. Nat.
You know what? Nah, I'm gonna scratch that. I think I'm gonna defend and maneuver.
Defend and maneuver. Cool.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to evade and observe as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go straight for a thing and defend and maneuver also.
Defend and maneuver?
Yep.
Amazing. Okay, so now we do defend and maneuver first. So PCs get to do this first.
Okay.
And CJ.
So defend and maneuver, that was both M and CJ, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right,
Yep.
So we got Nanook and Osha. What are you guys doing?
I was gonna go straight for steady stance. Seeing as we've
Okay.
been...
So I want you to both of you roll with focus. 2d6 with our dice roller in Discord.
Did I get a result? I can't see it.
Try
I think
removing no space between the R and the 2d6.
Nope.
I think.
I think you have to do roll instead of
Yeah.
the letter R.
Yeah.
Roll.
I gotcha.
It is
I know
roll.
Like,
I'm an expert.
there you go.
Yep. Nice.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. And I
good
need
and
to
bad.
make this so that we actually have that result.
Ooh.
Look, you win some, you lose some.
I got a 7 because I get a 1 in my focus.
That's right. Okay, good. Plus one.
Okay, nice.
Low hit, but it's a hit.
Okay.
Did we explain how that works, Bo?
We
The
have
hit-
not explained.
No, not yet. So, Powered by the Apocalypse is a 2d6 system, everybody. And in this, when you roll your 2d6 and add your modifier for whatever stat you're rolling, a 6 or below is a failure. A 7 to 9 is a success, but with complications. Now, this complication will be something that we come up with on the fly as part of this, whatever the person is sort of, or whatever CJ is about to tell me he's going to do. I'm going to then put forward a complication that comes up because of that partial success. And CJ can either accept it, or he can mark a fatigue on his character to say, you know what, no, I'm going to put in a bit of extra effort, and that bad stuff doesn't happen. And then lastly, 10 plus. Usually that'll be just a outright success, but sometimes you get some extra bonuses for being so amazing on top of it. So that'll depend on the move itself as to what happens on a 10 plus, and we'll figure that out as we go. But that makes it a 7 with your added.
Yeah, so I put my extra point into focus, which means instead of a 0, I have a 1 in focus.
Congratulations. So that is a partial success. What move are you using? For a partial success with Defend and Maneuver, you get to use one mastered technique. 7 to 9, use one basic or mastered technique. Yeah, so you can use one of the basic ones, which is Ready, Retaliate, or Seize a Position, or you can use a mastered technique.
Yeah, I'm going to use Breath of Ice.
Okay.
What I do is I see these foolish Bender supremacists, bunch of racists, all of them, and as much as a pirate as I am, there's one thing I hate more than plebs, and that's racists. So I've decided some shit's about to go down. I got to get ready. I don't know what these other clowns are doing. My team here.
Yep.
Never seen them in combat before.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little freaked out. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna defend myself. So I become ready to breathe shivering cold upon any foe who gets close to me. Any foe that engages with me at any point in this exchange is going to become impaired until they clear the ice from their limbs.
Huge. All right. So you start emitting this mist.
Yeah.
This mist and cold ice that goes out and goes across the battlefield in front of you, and
It looks like when you breathe in the cold and you get like dragon's breath.
Yeah, and it
down my
spreads
body
out.
and around. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and the two earthbenders seem to be ready to move straight into this and seem to not give it the caution it might otherwise need.
Ah, classic racists. You fools.
Is it racism or is it xenophobia? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Racist, I think, because xenophobia would be like, well, actually, maybe not. Maybe it is xenophobia.
Yeah.
Have we ever
Because
played
they're just
what
afraid
gender
of the
would be?
different.
Yeah. Because like a brother and sister one can be a bender, one can't be. So you know.
I guess it's like maybe it's more like
Bendist?
anti-Semitism or something. Like it's like against a specific set of people, but those people aren't necessarily connected by race. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just bad. Whatever
It's
it
just
is.
yeah. They're being
all
jerks.
agree.
They're all
No,
being jerks.
And I'm not fucking having it.
Okay, so we do this. We do this defend and maneuver now.
It's M's turn, right?
It is M's turn, and you got a 10. What is your focus?
Oh, my focus.
Yeah.
Say that. My focus is +2, so it'd be a 12.
Oh my god! Yeah, you destroy this.
I focus real good.
10 plus, you choose one from this list instead. Mark one fatigue to use a learned technique. Use one practice technique. or you can use 2 different basic or master. So you can actually use 2 basic and or master techniques in this if you roll a 10 plus, or you can mark a fatigue and use a learn technique, and if you successfully pull it off, you mark it to practiced, which is cool.
Ooh.
Wow. Damn, rolling good.
That's
Good.
tempting to risk that for the biscuit. But it may be nothing. I think it's too early to do that, which is a shame. So I could potentially use 2 mastered techniques.
So,
I reckon I'll do that. So the first I was going to use steady stance. So I assume a strong, steady stance. Any foes engaged with you who choose to advance an attack this exchange must mark 1 fatigue. Negate the first condition or negative status inflicted on you in this exchange. If no condition or negative statuses were inflicted on you in this exchange, become empowered for the next exchange.
Ooh.
Okay. So, just to quickly zip back to CJ's partial success. So bear with us because we're all learning for this. I'm just because I know that the partial success is it generally has a complication that arises. So with part of this
complication be that he has 2 people on him now. Like he's the first to like make a move, and so both of those
he is
like we're focusing on you.
In this case, I'm going to say that the complication that arises from this with the partial success, what is it that happens with if they like engage on you and walk through this mist?
They become impaired.
Okay, cool.
From their limbs.
So I will say that as part of this this complication, that any of your party members who are wanting to advance forward and engage on these people will also be impaired as part of your the mist that's now gone out to sort of encompass between the 2 of your groups. Now you may take a fatigue to ignore that and make that, you have a bit of extra effort to make sure that your party have a clear travel straight through to the enemy, or you can allow that to happen and you don't take a fatigue for that.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a big one. I don't know, because I don't know how well I know them yet, and I've just I don't know if Nanook cares. I'm sorry, everybody.
All right, that's fine. We keep it there. Cool.
I like it.
And what was yours, Emily? Your have you marked your stuff with your full success?
No. What am I marking with this?
So you got you defended and maneuvered. What?
Yep.
Did you use 2 mastered / basic techniques?
I only called 1, which was steady stance.
Yep. And what does that allow you to do?
So if one of these attackers chooses to advance an attack, they have to mark 1 fatigue, so they do.
Yep.
And then I get to negate a condition or negative status that would be inflicted on me. If none are applied, then I get empowered.
Cool. And then you also get a second technique. So choose another one within defend and maneuver.
With I'm gonna go straight for disarm.
Ooh.
Nice.
So if they do attack me, then I can target the foe's ability to fight by breaking, removing, or limiting a particular style. I mark 2 fatigue to name any advance and attack technique that the foe has.
Yep.
And they're unable to use that technique for the remainder of this encounter.
Love it.
Yeah. So if they do attack,
Okay.
that will proc, I guess.
The waterbender is also going to defend and maneuver. And oh, ha, ha. Yeah, right. Cool. And then okay, so the defender maneuver, and they are going to basically ready themselves. And they are going to use... So they're going to ready the environment, and they are going to... they send out and channel from your mist that you've put out and breathed out into the air, Nanook. And they actually manipulate that mist and not only change a bit of the direction of where that goes, but then instantly set it in ice. As they do light crystallizing of ice around your feet so that your any movement is currently impaired.
This is bullshit. Fair enough. All right, whatever.
Fair enough bullshit. I like that.
You can mark 1 fatigue or take a -2 to all physical actions.
God damn it. I'll mark a fatigue.
Okay. And then now we're going to advance and attack. Anyone with advance and attack?
Nope.
No, sir.
Okay. The 2 earthbenders definitely advancing and attacking, and they're just going to go straight in for a strike on well, the one who's put himself out in the middle.
Sorry, look.
Actually, it's going to be one on Nanook and one on Osha, who's also sort of actively shown that they're ready for a fight.
Okay.
So let's see how they go. First Earthbender, second Earthbender. Ooh, second one. So first Airbender against Osha hits a... Yep, that is 1 success. Strike a foe in reach, forcing them to mark 2 fatigue, mark a condition, or shift their balance away from center, their choice. Osha, it is your choice to mark 2 fatigue, mark a condition, or to shift your balance away from center.
These are big
Well-
things being.
If I choose to mark a condition,
Mm-hmm.
does my steady stance then just negate that condition?
Yeah.
Let's do that then.
Done.
Nice.
So, because of steady stance, they come forward with rolling up 2 sets of cobblestones from the ground and crashing them out towards you in a forward pushing motion. And you set your feet, put up your arm to block it, and you just... The rock breaks around your forward facing arm and elbow, and as it crumples to the side, your stance is unshifted as you've set your feet there. Now, is there anything that happens to them with this preparations that you've taken?
So they must mark 1 fatigue.
Oh, damn. That backfired on that guy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Done.
Yes.
And we had a complete and utter failure as the Earthbender, the second Earthbender starts to move up toward Nanook, at which point he gets about halfway through into your ice breath, and rather than, like, you're expecting him to just, like, get sort of a little bit outlined in ice and have to spend a little bit of effort and time to break away from it, but he is, when the mist clears, he is an icicle frozen solid in front of you, just like there for the taking. And he's gonna miss out on his next exchange.
Bruh, bruh, bruh.
That sucks to be him.
All right, next we got evade and observe.
Can I just check? I
Yeah.
asked him before. Am I impaired at the moment, or do I just take the fatigue? Was it both?
You just
You're-
take the fatigue.
Yeah, so impaired, you
I think you
either
choose.
mark a fatigue. Yeah, you choose which one it does. So if
Yeah,
you've
so I
taken
do-
the fatigue, then
yeah.
that's the marked and good.
Great.
So with evade and observe, if you have a fatigue, both for Izuna and for Maya, if either of you have a fatigue right now, you can clear it for freezies because you're sitting back and waiting.
Nice.
Do not.
And then you get to roll with either creativity or harmony, your choice.
Yeah.
How many bitches?
Harmony as well. Oh, hang on. Which one was who? Oh, that's me. Oh boy. What's a partial success again?
A 7.
Okay, I have a
Now-
+2 to harmony. but
Now,
that's-
with certain rolls, it makes it a little bit more difficult in combat. When you're out of combat, you can actually use the aid or help sort of move, which allows you to mark a fatigue to add +1 to someone's roll that they've just made to do something. So, like, if you were 1 or 2 short, your team members could be like, I'm going to help by doing this, and then they'll boost you up by 1, 2, or 3 if everyone helps. And they each mark a fatigue for that. But I think in combat, you guys are doing your own moves. You don't really have time at this
Yeah.
stage to help.
No, that's fair.
Yep. So we have Osha, sorry, not Osha. We have Izuna, who has rolled. What was your bonus?
It's a 2, so she's on
6.
6.
Dang. Okay. Izuna and then we have Maya who rolled a. What was your bonus to either?
+2 as well.
Ooh, that is a full success. So, with that one, Maya, you can use a learned technique under evade and observe by marking off a fatigue, or you can use 2 mastered / basic techniques under evade and observe, which are test balance, bolster and hinder, or commit.
Or your special ones.
Yeah, or any of your special ones that come under evade and observe.
Yeah, well, I've only got that jet stepping under evade and observe.
Is that your learned one?
Yeah.
So you could move that up to practiced if you wanted to mark a fatigue and use it right now to get a better vantage point.
Let's do it.
Okay, so tell me what happens. So mark a fatigue as part of that, and then read out what a jet stepping does, what it is.
So advance to a higher position and become favored and prepared for the next exchange.
Amazing.
Any foe engaged with you, which I don't think is any,
None yet.
can mark 2 fatigue to block this technique.
Oh, cool. Okay, so you advance up. So you've got surrounding buildings around you, and you jet up onto the roof, and I just realized that this is, yeah. Yeah, you jet up onto the roof to verse and to sort of oversee the battlefield. And then you become, what was it, favored and prepared?
Favored and prepared, yeah.
Yeah, so so you're buoyed by circumstance. Choose an additional basic or master technique in the next exchange, even on a miss. So even if you miss, you still get a free technique to do. By the way, which we'll get to you in a second, Izuna, because you do still have an option if you want.
Okay.
So, yeah, and then you're also prepared, so you're ready for what's coming. You can clear prepared to take a +1 on an appropriate roll after the roll, or you can remove prepared to avoid taking a condition. Avoid marking a condition. So basically, at somewhere on your character sheet, mark prepared, and then that's for next exchange.
Okay.
So if you get, if someone makes you suffer a condition, you can just take off prepared and then not suffer the condition, which is cool.
Okay.
Now, because you did roll a miss, Azuna, you can shift your balance away from center, and you can still use a basic technique if you want.
A basic technique only.
Yep.
I have to look at the basic techniques again. What are the basic techniques for evade and observe?
Test balance, bolster or hinder, or commit. So, have you got them in front of you?
I don't. I just wanted to know what test balance was.
Yep, so test balance is mark 1 fatigue to challenge an engaged foe's balance. Ask what their principle is. They must answer honestly. If you already know their principle, instead shift their balance away from center by questioning or challenging their beliefs or perspectives.
Okay. I am going to utilize that.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the negative to... I have to shift my balance. So at the start of this, I had shifted it 1 to unity.
Yep.
And
you have to shift it away from center.
Oh, okay. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's going to make it even worse, yeah. All right. So,
There is a cost.
it's gonna have to go 1 to so it's +2 to unity now.
Yep.
To take advantage of this, I'm going to also mark 1 fatigue.
Yep.
And I am going to basically kind of like the one who's engaged with Osha,
Yep.
the Earthbender. I'm imagining kind of like getting low to the ground and firing off almost like a shot towards their feet to see what their stance is like and to see like what kind of style of fighting they're at. So just firing an arrow off to their feet to see if I can figure out what their principle is.
Okay. So as you shoot and just to find out what their principle is, you learn that through through observing the way that this Earthbender, he is tensed and aggressive and looking for a fight. You can tell that his principle is strength, and so this Earthbender seems to respect strength and the ability and will to display and sort of show it. Yeah. So you know that Earthbender, which one? It was the one engaged with Osha. Yeah. So that is Earthbender 1, and his principle is strength.
Cool.
Crush him.
I'm working on it. That was a big hit for me to even like scrape by with any form of success. Oh boy.
Okay. And then the Firebender also evade and observed, and the Firebender sweeps out a leg, and sends out a jet of flame at foot level to basically disrupt the stance and setting feet of Osha. And so Osha, you will have the...
I have to roll or...
Oh, sorry. Yeah. They have to see if they're successful. Sorry.
I want to see them screw up.
Somehow they burn their own feet.
That would be amazing. Oh, no.
Oh, but it doesn't happen this
Nope.
time. Oh, dear.
So they're actually going to sweep. This is a large enough arc of fire to also include Nanook in this.
Get out of here. What?
Oh boy.
And both of you are impaired. You get -2 to all physical actions, or you can mark 1 fatigue right now.
Fucking a fatigue. Forget that. I'm covered in ice mist. There's no way I was injured by that.
What was the condition? Impaired?
Yes. Sorry, not condition. That was a status. Wait, let me
status. Yes,
let me just
yes,
double
yes.
check. It might have been a condition that I'm supposed to put on you. No, status. It's specifically a
Yep.
status. So yeah, impaired.
So slow to off balance, 1 fatigue, or -2 to all physical actions. Ooh.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll do the 1 fatigue also.
Yeah, mark that down.
Um,
All right, and then that is our single exchange done and dusted. And we move into the next. These guys are wanting to engage again.
They coming back for more, even the
Yep.
frozen guy?
Yep.
What if you don't? If what you want to do isn't a part of an exchange? Like
So
what you were
you
saying
can
before.
sort of disengage. So you're actually at this stage really not committed to the fight.
Yeah.
You haven't got someone
I-
who's like engaged person to person with you. I would say that Osha and Nanook are engaged, but the other two of you can take non exchange actions or moves if you wish.
Yeah. When do we act? Then I guess like in the order of things.
I would say after the combat part happens.
Okay. Cool. Then I'm sitting this one out then.
So yeah, well, it'd be just after the evade and observe. Sort of like the tail end of evade and observe would be what you're going to be part of. So those who wish to do an exchange, let me choose your techniques.
okay. I'm gonna have another go at. How much fatigue do I have again before things get real bad?
5.
Yeah.
You don't want to get to that high.
Yeah, 5 fatigue points that you can have up to.
Ooh, and I took 1. Yeah. We'll risk it for the proverbial biscuit. I'm gonna go for disarm again. For defend and maneuver.
Defend and maneuver.
Gonna advance and attack.
Advance and attack. Nat, do you wish to exchange or do something else?
I'm gonna do whatever I can, which is one of my moves.
Okay.
Love that.
What is that under? Is that a
So
combat
it's not an
technique or is that a?
exchange.
No, it's just a move.
It's just a move.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you're with me.
Yeah.
All right. Great. So we have the defend and maneuvers, which is the person who's frozen in ice is going to try and defend and ready themselves. So focus.
You better hope you get out of that ice, boy. I'm coming right for you.
All right. So he manages to break an arm out to like try and ready himself, but he is not able to shift his legs enough to move. So he's still in that very forward, strikeable spot, unable to shift or move.
Unlucky.
Now, the advance and attack is. So, any defend or maneuver?
Me.
Yes. Roll
Yes.
with focus.
Let's. Be nice to me, please. Excellent. 12 again.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
2 mastered / basic techniques or a learnt technique.
In that case, I'm gonna do 2 master techniques,
Yep.
which are both defend and maneuver, so it should be all fine. Counter strike.
Mm-hmm.
So I will the firebender that broke my stance, broke my route. I would like to strike him, please. So counter strike with impeccable timing. Read your foe's movement and lash out with blinding speed. Execute a strike as if you had marked -1 fatigue against an engaged foe who chose advance and attack. Hang on. Oh wait, actually, I cannot use that technique. Never mind, because I have impaired from before.
What is
after
it?
you cleared impaired.
Hang on.
with,
Impaired, you
your
just took a
stance
fatigue.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
Yeah.
did that. Okay, right. Cool. Okay, and then in that case, that. So I will strike them. Which, how does strike work?
So strike is forcing them, or
Strike,
you
throw,
can
and
mark one
reach.
fatigue. So it says you treat it as if you marked a fatigue.
Yes.
So that
so I'm not actually
is
marking a fatigue.
forcing them to mark 2 fatigue or strike where they are weak, inflicting a condition.
I will go to fatigue, I think. Oh wait, hang on. Wait. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, to fatigue. I will.
All right. This guy is swaying on his feet right now.
And as part, I think, of that sort of flurry of blows, kind of tie these two things
These are
together.
both part of defend and maneuver, right? These techniques
Yes.
that you're using? Cool.
Yep. So counter strike. Get in there, into their guard, hammer them with a bunch of attacks, and some of those attacks will be, I think, at their legs.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe their upper thigh or something. And will limit their ability to do what they did to me for the rest of this encounter.
So
and
what's
cost me
that?
2 fatigue. Whatever that advance and attack technique was that they used on me.
The strike. So they can't strike?
Was that the fiery sweep the leg thing that broke my guard?
No, that is the they were evading it or observing.
That's an evasion maneuver?
They bolstered.
Oh, okay. Alright, fine then. Yeah, just strike. It'll be
Well,
be
hindered.
some
They
hits to
hindered
the-
you.
Yeah, it'll be some hits to the arms, and then they just cannot strike for the
Yeah.
rest of the encounter.
Okay. Well, that's what they were going to do against you, so now they can't. We move to advance and attack.
Oh, that's me.
Yep. So roll with passion.
Oh,
Nanook.
that's a bad.
That's a big old 3, mate.
Ooh.
That's rough.
Okay. So as you move forward to what were you wanting to do? Oh, wait. Here's the thing. You can shift your balance away from center to still use a basic technique if you want to.
Well, I'm thinking of this, so let me figure that out. All right, so I could still use a basic technique. I just can't use one of my mastered techniques. Okay.
If you shift one away from center,
If I shift
you
one over.
balance.
Okay, so to clarify center, are we defining center as where I marked my balance before we started?
0.
No, it's your 0. It's your actual 0 point. So
Boy, I screwed myself
Yeah.
by going.
So if I'm
Plus
already
1.
in the center, I can go in either direction?
if you were in your center, but I think you marked one direction, right?
So now that I'm already one
Plus
over,
1.
it has to go that way?
It has to go that
Yeah.
way, yeah.
That's what
Alright,
I
I'm
did.
going to do that because why not? So I'm moving my my balance one more over.
Would you like to use strike, pressure, or smash?
Let's have a little look here. I think I'm going to use strike. and I'm using it against old mate Frozen Legs.
Yep.
Now, would you define him as currently being weak?
Potentially.
So I think, if I'm reading this right, if I strike him while he's weak, on top of the 2 fatigue, I can inflict a condition. Or is it or you can do
It's or. Or strike where they are weak, inflicting a condition. So,
right,
so
it's just
you,
a
but
word.
in order to choose one of those 2 things, you need to mark a fatigue yourself.
Gotcha.
Otherwise,
Because
they
they've
get
got
a choice of
two
marking.
fatigue,
Yeah.
or they can move away from center.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just give him I'll just give him a strike. It was a bad roll. I'll save the big moves for otherwise. So I'm gonna go ahead and
Give them the
give
choice.
him a swift kick in the testicles that are currently frozen.
Yeah. All right.
boy.
The ice breaks around it, and they quiver in place, almost crumpling to the ground, somehow managing to still stand. Now you've got the 2 earthbenders, one who has been hit with a series of chi blocking jabs and is struggling to even like lift a pebble, and the other one that still has ice formed around his ankles and feet, basically pinning him to the ground right now, in front of the 2 of you who are having an onslaught. The 2 people who are advancing and attacking in this are the is the fire bender and the earthbender, who isn't allowed to use strike. So we'll see how the earthbender fares. Okay, so the earthbender and the firebender fare well, and they are able to. The earthbender can't use strike, so they will attempt to pressure, impress or intimidate a foe. Choose an approach. Your foe cannot choose to use that approach in the next exchange. So,
I feel like this is going to go very badly for me.
yeah. They will pressure. They will use the ability to like just use the sheer size of their body to like overpower and pressure you to sort of start falling back from your position of strength, Osha. And so they will make sure that you cannot defend and maneuver next exchange round.
Yeah. As expected. Very
Yeah.
bad for me. Put
And
all
then-
my eggs in that particular basket.
And then the firebender is going to strike you. So as you start to be pushed back and falling back out of that set position, a jet of fire comes out of the fist of the firebender, striking toward the side of you. They will mark 1 fatigue. They'll mark 1 fatigue, and you have to choose to either mark 2 fatigue or to mark a condition.
Well, I am going to take a condition, please and thank you.
You're fatigued out at this point.
A little bit.
What
with
condition
that-
do you think is going to running through your mind right now as you're being like pushed over and like the momentum is carrying you backwards and in a position of disadvantage at this stage?
I'm thinking possibly afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Either afraid or insecure.
Yeah.
But I think afraid.
All right. So you're starting to feel a bit of fear creep in as these bending supremacists start to pressure you and really come in close, beyond how you were hoping to keep them.
Yeah.
All right. So mark that, and then we have the 2 Maya and Azuna. What would you wish to do? One from your rooftop, the other one from a bit further back at archery range.
Nat, do you want to go first, or
I'm happy for you to go first if you want, Alex.
I will give it a shot. I wanted to take what I learned about that Earthbender number one, about him just caring about strength, and I kind of want to just like aim for intimidation across the entire board by relying on my skills and training. What I'm thinking of doing, and you tell me if this is wrong. I want to like Azuna like slams her right leg into the ground and moves up on a short column of earth, and so she's a bit more imposing size, and then just with about 10 knocked arrows fires them upwards to create like a hail of arrows in just one big kind of like motion, relying on her skills and training with the bow and arrow to try and like intimidate everyone and kind of like shock the system of what's happening.
No.
So if you'll allow me, I can roll with harmony instead of focus to do that, because I'm using my trusty talisman, which is my bow.
Okay. So what does that specifically do there? Because I would argue that you're specifically using the intimidate move as opposed to relying on your skills and training. I suppose.
Because I guess I guess her skill. What I was thinking, her skills and training are like analyze your foe and take out their weaknesses, kind of thing.
True.
So in getting what she learnt about like, a show of strength might like freak this guy out a little bit. That's what I was thinking anyway. But
yeah. So you spend a fatigue to roll with harmony.
It just says you roll with harmony instead of focus when you use this item to rely on your skills and training.
Oh,
and then
cool.
if you miss, a whole bunch of other stuff happens. Like, my bow can break if I do this wrong.
Right.
So,
oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah,
all right, go for it.
I'll roll. Oh, God, now I'm scared. I don't know why did I do this? 2d6. Oh, but it's a +2, so it's a 7.
Yes.
So,
Success. Partial success.
it only talks about if I miss, so that's a partial success.
Okay.
And I wasn't just I wasn't just aiming at like the guy. I was trying to aim at everyone, but I think that's as a partial success. You do with that as you wish.
Yeah. So, partial success. This hail of arrows lands around. And the two earthbenders and the waterbender seem to be particularly like intimidated and perturbed by this move. And you've got all eyes on you, except for the firebender, who glances up at you and essentially actively dismisses you as a non-threat because they think that you're all talk.
Ow.
Yeah, I guess I didn't hit anyone. Yeah.
But you can mark a fatigue if you wish to intimidate them as well, because that is the partial success. The complication that I am putting forward is that the firebender has essentially decided that you don't have any like proper skin in the game. You don't want to fully commit to this ideal. Like you're.
Alright. I see this guy like almost scoffing me off, and with one like final move, I'll like reach down and pull like a sliver of the earth pillar that I'm standing on and knock that and aim it at his head.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna mark a fatigue to also intimidate him.
All right. As you instantly one up as they start to question your commitment. Yeah. Okay. We will see the result of this. They all seem to be paying attention. Maya, Nat, what are you doing?
Timing. Perfect timing. So I'm hoping this will work.
Yeah.
So the move is called Whatever I Can, and it says when you spend time talking to the locals about their problems, roll harmony. On a hit, you hear about the most significant and serious problem at hand. The GM will tell you who is affected and what is the cause.
Okay, so this move would be after, like, you would do this while spending a bit of time talking to the town.
I was hoping we could do it after Alex's epicness.
Well, you're kind of mid-combat at the moment. So actually
Okay.
talking with
Then.
with the town at the moment might be a bit difficult. So that move is incredibly useful for getting when you come into a town, like getting an idea or direction about where to sort of go and what to do.
Yeah.
But in a actual combat scenario where people are in your face, that might be a little bit less effective at this point.
Then I cannot do anything.
No, yeah, you can. You've still got a move. So what were the two moves that you chose?
As in, so I've got that one, and then I've got the "it doesn't belong to you" where I pickpocket somebody, but I'm not near anybody.
Yep. Okay. So the other thing is that you can use one of the basic moves, like intimidate, or help, or assess the situation, or trick. You can do any of the basic moves that you can do outside of combat, and you can use this to try and help the situation right now. So you can be a secondary intimidation factor right now if you want to sort of back up Azuna's move right now with the arrow and the bow.
Or I could help somebody.
Yeah, so the help is like you just mark a fatigue and you give +1 to a roll. So for example, when
I'll intimidate then.
yeah, so Azuna rolled, what did you roll, Azuna? You rolled
I rolled a 7, so
a
it wouldn't
7.
really help me too
Yeah.
much, but-
So if Azuna had have rolled a 9, you could have used your help to then make it a
Push it
10 and it would have been a full success without any complications. So that's where the help works out. So intimidate, roll with passion. Holy
Oh.
crap. What's your passion?
Damn.
+1.
Yeah, so that's a 12. You intimidate the fuck out of these guys. And after the already intimidating display of arrow prowess, how are you intimidating these guys from your rooftop vantage point that you've jet stepped up to? How are you intimidating them to basically back the fuck down?
And probably just flashing a bit of fire at them.
Yeah? Anything in particular?
Just out of my handy.
It's like
Bit of handy fire. Yeah.
Right.
It's good.
So, jets of fire rise up from your hands as the firebender is like keeping their eyes trained on the one who's got a freaking rock arrow knocked and ready to go, and then shifts to the left with like 2 bonfire pillars coming out of the hands of Maya.
The, tackling as well.
Nice.
Terrifying.
And the questioning of like the commitment to a fight is completely nullified when the firebender, she hears the cackling of Maya off to the side and how much she's loving and relishing in the fight right now. And so after looking around, the firebender looks around at the rest of her troop and she places her hands up behind her head and kneels down, and she says, "All right, it's over. Everyone put your weapons down. Put your bending hands down." And she gestures, and everyone except for the
frozen guy?
the frozen guy kneel down because he cannot.
Oh, God.
Just be like, what's the matter? You got some problems with your knees there, mate?
Yeah, and he just raises hands that are still like coated in ice, and he's just like slumps. You know, like the Michael Jackson like lean. He's doing that, but just like because his feet are planted to the ground.
I might very generously unfreeze his feet and be like, there you go, mate. Chill out.
Yeah, they'll all sit down, and you are able to basically grab all, use the Kyoshi warriors in this town to apprehend and arrest some of these bending supremacists and put them away.
I think you've forgotten a major plot point.
What?
We're supposed to be rescued by Toph Beifong and her fledgling metal benders.
Well, that
I'm gonna say
happens
that's where they
after
can
this.
sneak in.
Okay, that happens after. All right.
Yeah, this is the first conflict as you first came into town. The major one happens with Toph and the metal benders a little bit later. But this was just a taste of what combat
Oh my
is
god.
and how it works, how it functions.
Yeah, okay. Easy to die. Good to know.
Yeah.
Your fatigue and your conditions can rack up really, really quickly. Really good ways to clear fatigue and to clear conditions is this amazing move. If you have a look at your basic moves sheet, it's got basic moves and balance moves in your like printable materials thing. There's one called Guide and Comfort, and that's something that you can do to other player characters to help ease fatigue as well as conditions and help people feel a little bit better by hashing it out, making them feel good, and asking them questions about themselves.
I love that.
I'm also noticing
So
I
much.
didn't pick up before.
Yeah.
If you choose evade and observe,
You get to clear a fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up. So yeah, you get to clear a fatigue straight up if you evade and observe. Yeah, so lots of things learnt there. That's our first taste of exchanges and combat in Avatar Legends. Those of you who have stuck with
I
us
love
through
it.
this stream, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Our proper session 1 that will be happening will be at the end of May. So looking at our availability and schedule, it'll be Saturday during the day, I think about 3 p.m. on the 21st of May. And I'm just double checking with everyone. That's what has marked as okay. Is that still okay with everyone?
I think so.
So
Yep,
Wonderful.
Just to
Okay,
let
yeah.
everyone clear, that is election day.
it absolutely is.
Good day.
The whole day. So get in early or vote early because you don't want to be standing in line for your freedom sausage while you're waiting for.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
maybe we make that the 22nd. Let me wait. One sec.
I mean, I'm
Okay,
going to vote
well,
early.
that's
I don't mind, but yeah.
20.
I just know that lines are probably going to be really long because they're going to have social
Yeah.
distancing.
It's going to be 22nd, Sunday the 22nd.
There you go.
Makes it simple.
Let's make that a 4 p.m. start. So 4 p.m. Sunday the 22nd of May is when we'll be having our first proper session 1. But this was session 0 of Avatar Legends. Thank you so much, Alex, M, Nat, and CJ for making characters, coming up with our adventure. We're in the Aang era.
Thank you, bro. Yeah.
We're going to be traveling all over. And the group focus is to protect the Avatar's vision of a united and balanced world. So cool.
Hell yeah.
go into that.
So,
What's the time GMT? I have no idea, man. That's a plus 10 GMT, I think.
yes. Yeah. Australians plus 10. Australia, Sydney is plus 10. Melbourne, Sydney time,
Yeah.
4 p.m. But again,
We'll
thank
have
you.
to
We'll have to.
look at putting the schedule either on Twitch or in Discord because
Yes.
both of those adjust the time.
Ah,
your local
yes.
time.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll put it in our. So if you hit the follow button here on Elemental RP, I'll make sure to put the schedule in for our upcoming first session. But this session 0 will also be going on YouTube. And to those watching on YouTube, hello. You can keep watching after the fact on YouTube, or you can join us live on Elemental_RP.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Thank you for playing,
Thank you.
everybody. Have a wonderful night, and may we save the Avatar verse together.
Woo. Bye.
Bye.